darkness can never
Here's an overview of how Coach Comms works. Each team may assign one coach per game, submitted with the starting roster. Coaches can be changed between games. Only a head coach, assistant coach, or analyst is eligible. Sub-players are not allowed. Use of the Coach Comms is optional. Here's how Coach Comms operates during matches. The coach is placed in an isolated room, wearing a soundproof headset to ensure competitive integrity. They may only view the 5-player POVs on stage. No live stream, spectator mode, or external devices are permitted. Each team has 3 Coach Comms uses per game, with 45 seconds per use. Unused uses do not carry over. After all users are exhausted, the coach may leave the room. If they leave early, they cannot return. Team members not participating will have access to standard spectator mode for post-game review. Coach Comms has received positive feedback from teams and fans and adds an additional strategic layer to the game. The feature will be reviewed at the end of Split 2. Stay tuned for more updates.
Em nghĩ team em có thể đứng trong top LCP. Team em khá là đoàn kết với lại sức trẻ nữa, càng đánh càng hay. Chúng tôi sẽ có mặt tại MSA.
Tới sẽ cho mấy tập tiếp tới giới thì họ rất là mạnh, thì các em cũng là sẽ cố đặt niềm tin vào nhau để có thể mạnh ra sẽ có những lần trước.
Off the map, they do get the rift herald. Oh, the flag encore! It's just too clean. Flag and drag follow up.
Chúng tôi là thời đại mới của LCP.
The mountain charging forward. Doggo is the target. Artemis is getting some damage off. Yeah.
Khi bước up thì bọn mình cần phải đánh với tâm thế nó đầu tiên là tự tin đã, và cái tâm lý nó thật là thoải mái, thì khi đó thì bọn mình sẽ đánh đúng với thực lực của mình.
因为我们现在成绩不算特别好，但是我们进季后赛，我觉得我们也能像巨兔一样一下课上。
Hear the chorus of sun and moon, our voices, an untiring hymn against the silence. Do you feel it at last? Long have I circled this world, descending only when the Watchers first stirred. Marks and fracture! I had such hope for you, Void Hunter. Fall to fire! Fall and be silenced. Silence, dreaded herald. Rise with me! Sunfire Eternal! Huh. Providence! Our dance continues, sun and moon in perfect step. Watch as our enemies are undone. Abyssal vermin, I bar you from the heavens! Yeah! As night ordains! Silver moon, your blade fulfilled our ancient vow. This is predetermined. Be gone! A lunar storm gathers. All in my path shall burn. The eclipse consumes! The moon is stained red this night. Piercing! Ruin! Fall! My eclipse is rageful as righteous! You betray existence! Is it inevitable that our paths diverge, Golden Sun?
darkness can never darkness can never kill.
Here's an overview of how Coach Comms works. Each team may assign one coach per game, submitted with the starting roster. Coaches can be changed between games. Only a head coach, assistant coach, or analyst is eligible. Sub-players are not allowed. Use of the Coach Comms is optional. Here's how Coach Comms operates during matches. The coach is placed in an isolated room, wearing a soundproof headset to ensure competitive integrity. They may only view the 5-player POVs on stage. No live stream, spectator mode, or external devices are permitted. Each team has 3 Coach Comms uses per game, with 45 seconds per use. Unused uses do not carry over. After all users are exhausted, the coach may leave the room. If they leave early, they cannot return. Team members not participating will have access to standard spectator mode for post-game review. Coach Comms has received positive feedback from teams and fans and adds an additional strategic layer to the game. The feature will be reviewed at the end of Split 2. Stay tuned for more updates.
Em nghĩ team em có thể đứng trong top LCP. Team em khá là đoàn kết với lại sức trẻ nữa, càng đánh càng hay.
Might be able to flash in, has the flash, is there petrifying gaze, it's huge, the double, they didn't see it.
Chúng tôi sẽ có mặt tại MSA.
Tới sẽ cho máy trực tiếp và tới giới thì họ rất là mạnh, thì fan cũng là sẽ cố đặt niềm tin vào nhau để có thể mạnh ra xếp vào những lần trước.
Obliterated off the map, they do get the rift herald. Oh, the flash encore, it's just too clean, flag and drag follow up.
Chúng tôi là thời đại mới của LCP.
The mountain charging forward, Doggo is the target. Artemis is getting some damage off. Yeah.
Khi bước lên thì bọn mình cần phải đánh với tâm thế nó đầu tiên phải là tự tin đã, và nó cái tâm lý nó thật là thoải mái, thì khi đó thì bọn mình sẽ đánh đúng với thực lực của mình.
因为我们现在成绩不算特别好，但是我们进季后赛，我觉得我们也能像巨兔一样一下克上。
Hear the chorus of sun and moon, our voices, an untiring hymn against the silence. Do you feel it at last? Long have I circled this world, descending only when the Watchers first stirred. Mark and fracture! I had such hope for you, Void Hunter. Fall to fire! Fall and be silenced. Silence, dreaded herald. Rise with me! Sunfire Eternal! Huh. Providence! Our dance continues, sun and moon in perfect step. Watch as our enemies are undone. Abyssal vermin, I bar you from the heavens! Yeah! As night ordains! Silver moon, your blade fulfilled our ancient vow. This is predetermined. Keep going! A lunar storm gathers. All in my path shall burn. The eclipse consumes! The moon is stained red this night. Piercing through it! Fall! My eclipse is rageful as righteous! You betray existence! Is it inevitable that our paths diverge, Golden Sun?
darkness can never darkness can never kill.
And welcome back to the LCP. We find ourselves at day 3 of week 2 in the knockout stages in Carrick's. We are set for a split 1 grand final rematch.
That we are, and I couldn't be more excited. The upper bracket is looking so hot.
Hot is right. These two teams are on absolute fire right now. DCG dispatching of GARM tidily 3-1 last night. And there's the result. DCG, our literal 5th seed, taking it to our 2nd seed GARM of the VCS, which I think it would have surprised a few people, but a couple of knowers knew and predicted that one correctly. Carricks, what about you?
Well, I certainly got it wrong. I was on the Garm train, and the thing to really talk about is the manner with which DCG did it. The one game that they lost was sort of just one of those games where, you make a couple mistakes early, the ADC gets fed. The rest of the games were so dominant. We can look at this bracket on your screen right now, and it's hard to predict where everyone's going to end up.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Team Secret Wales, obviously being that #1 seed, found themselves in round 2 immediately, not having to slog through that first round. So currently undefeated in the knockout stages at 3-0. Relove DCG, however, they've had to kind of fight a bit harder to get here, 3-0ing SHG and beating Garm last night in a 3-1. And here's our player of the match standings updates. And we're seeing some movement. Obviously, Eddie, Harky, and Kiaya there, all getting 3 player of the matches. And Eddie, obviously being Team Secret Wales, is probably going to be one to watch tonight against Relove DCG, but they're not without their own players as well.
No, they're not. You see Florin not too far behind, could jump up into that bracket. Hongshu as well, ready to go. As there it is, DCG taking on Team Secret Wales. Now, if you had asked me 2 weeks ago, Carrix, in the playoff series, DCG is going to go up against Team Secret Wales, I'd say, well, that'll be a quick series. Team Secret Wales 3-0. But after watching DCG these last 2 weeks, I'm starting to think that maybe they've got a real shot.
They definitely seem to be leveling up at the right time, Carrix. I think that's actually some language that you've used before, is leveling up, right? And Relove DCG just seem to be doing that with each and every game. Now, they've been here before. Florin, Pop9, Hongshu, Feng, and Xiaoxi, they were literally in our LCP Split 1 Grand Final against Team Secret Wales. So they're no strangers to making it to the pointy end of the split. But this is that rematch. They do have to go into Team Secret Wales to earn their spot in that grand final, or they get knocked back down to that lower bracket and they're forced to make the run up. But this semi-final, it should be pretty exciting between both of these teams. And as a reminder, Relove DCG, they only joined the LCP in Split 1 this year. They're still relative newcomers.
That they are, and so far they've stepped up when it counts. We said this was a rematch of the Split 1 finals. Their first split in the LCP, they made the run and only fell at the last hurdle. They're looking to go even further this split, and I agree with the language you used, leveling up at the right time. But you can level up all you like, but it's a raid boss you're in front of today. Pung, Husto, D-Ray, Eddie, and BA, Team Secret Wales.
Raid boss, final boss, ultimate boss. They are the boss of the LCP, and the brains behind them, Seal and Warhorse. These guys have made a nearly undefeated run through the entire LCP regular season before getting to the knockouts. And so far, the knockouts, they're undefeated as well. But let's take a look at some of those head-to-heads here, Carrix. I do know we're looking at BA and Xiaoxi. It's the time for the supports to shine, and some of those stats, they can go either way here.
Yeah, I do feel like these are some interesting stats, because I think BA's had an incredible split. He plays a bit like a psychopath, though. If you watch him play Karma, he plays it like Pyke. He just walks into the enemy jungle. He has absolute unshakable confidence in what he's doing. That said, though, Xiaoxi, I mean, he has massively leveled up. The series last night, it was Pop9 and him were the ones making it all happen, in my opinion. I do think support, I think that's where this game is going to be decided.
And these supports are so influential, right? We've talked about it before, where we see Xiaoxi landing all of those hooks and changing the way those lanes go. But let's talk about our predictions for tonight as well, Carrix, because I know we're actually on the same path. We both think Team Secret Wales is going to 3-1 Relove DCG here tonight, because, you know, credit to Relove DCG where credit is due. They are a fierce competitor. I genuinely say this, they will take a game from Team Secret Wales. But walk me through the reason of yours.
I think sometimes when you see 3-1 predictions, it's often known as like the coward's prediction, right? Like, surely it's like, you know, be a man, say 3-0. In this case, I actually think the fact that both of us have given one game to DCG says a huge amount, because it's Team Secret Wales. They don't lose very often. They've lost very few games over the course of it. They have not lost a series. So the fact that both of us there, actually, you did predict 3-2. The graphic has just been updated. I was going to say, I thought you were edging it that little bit closer. And look, again, I've gone 3-1, and I think that is saying a lot. The fact that I think Team Secret Wales will lose a game, not just might, they will lose a game tonight, is saying a lot. But you've gone 3-2.
Yeah, again, I'm an underdog believer, right? We're from Australia. We believe in the underdogs. We don't even have a team, so you've got to pick a team. And I mean, we love DCG. They're one of the closest things we'll get. And I just genuinely think that they're good enough to take Team Secret Wales to 5, because we saw Team Secret Wales playing a new style of game, right? They're doing the slow play. They're trying to force the hand of their opponents, and we haven't seen this work with Relove DCG yet. So it could be that change in style that Team Secret Wales might drop the first or second game as they learn what works best against Relove DCG. And I say learn, obviously they're better at Relove DCG, but adapt their new way of playing into Relove. You know what I mean? It's a learning exercise.
Yeah, it is. And I think one thing I want to just float, I don't know if it will come up, but it definitely came up in last night's series, was Team Secret Wales sort of not being challenged enough. This is something that sometimes happens to teams that are sort of the juggernaut of a region. It's really easy to rest on your laurels a little bit. Maybe think that, you know, they've already locked in MSI. I will say with complete confidence that despite the fact that they've already locked in MSI, they really, really care about winning the LCP trophy. This is not a consolation prize by any means. It is very much in their sights. But when you're not challenged, when you can kind of, like, Team Secret Wales has a really good argument to just be like, yeah, we're just better than everyone else. We're the big dogs on campus, and you can get caught.
And that's the thing. That's part of learning these new styles of play. It's you are challenging yourselves if the others aren't challenging you enough, right? And a quick note there that Pike has agreed with you. He does believe that Team Secret Wales is going to take this 3-1 over Relove DCG. So a point of commonality amongst all three of us here on the broadcast is we all genuinely believe that Relove DCG is good enough to take that game from Team Secret Wales. But back to your point, right? Challenging Team Secret Wales, maybe they agree with that line of thought because it looks like they're challenging themselves, like I was saying, with that new style of play, that sort of slow rolling. We saw it last weekend where they were down 1.5, 2 to 3,000 gold, and they were still able to come back and win 6, 10K up, right? So it feels like they're trying to learn how to play from behind characters, and I really love that sort of introspection and learning.
Yeah, I fully agree, and it will come in handy against DCG as well. There's a team that likes playing the early game really aggressive. They push their advantages. Last night against GARM, the games that they won, it wasn't massive gold leads necessarily. It wasn't that they were just picking up 5 or 6 unanswered kills in the early game. It was really powerful dragon setups. It was vision control. It was knowing where they needed to be on the map. And Team Secret Wales need to find an answer to that if they're going to get over the line tonight.
Yeah, sometimes it's timing, sometimes it's communication, and we do know that Team Secret Wales have that in spades, and I'm looking forward to, dare I say, the clash of these two titanic LCP teams here, Carrix. But enough about the game that will be. We'll be right back after the Riot Fist Bump.
Feel it before the game even begins. The noise, not pressure, electricity. A region that doesn't wait its turn, doesn't follow the script, where every match threatens to flip. Because here, nothing stays quiet. The pace is faster, the moments hit harder, and if you hesitate, someone else takes it. Anyone can break through, but not everyone can hold it. It's not just about the play, it's the next one, and the one after that. No guarantees, no safe paths, just opportunity for anyone ready to take it. Made for the stage, made for the moment, made for this.
欢迎来到 LCP Arena 淘汰赛第2周第3天的赛程，胜部决赛将会由 DCG 对上 TSW。各位，北伐持续推进当中 ，DCG 先推平了 SSG， 击退了 JM， 终于磨刀霍霍走向我们的新王秘密境遇 TSW。究竟新王会不会被这股气势给压倒呢？马上欢迎双方选手进场，上路 ，Foreign， 棒！打野 Pop 9 Histo， 中路 Hongso D-Ray。下路 Fang Eddie， 辅助小 C BA， 教练 Refresh War Horse。各位，我们曾经有一个数字玄学，3-0、3-1，今天会不会3-2拿下比赛呢？比赛正式开始。
Thank you so much, Tommy, for that rousing introduction of both of tonight's teams. As a reminder, this is the semi-final in our knockout stages as well. You win here, you move on to the grand final. You lose, you get knocked down to that lower bracket run where you still have a chance to get back to that grand final and potentially being that second team that will go to MSI. Carrix, we were talking about predictions earlier. All three of us predict Team Secret Wales, but all three of us also predict that Relove DCG is going to take a game. I reckon Relove DCG's best bet at taking a game is going to be in game 1 or 2. What about you?
I do agree. I think game 1, you have a chance to have a draft prepped. You have some way to isolate Team Secret Wales. Very possible stuff. I think if we can get the Xin Zhao for Pop 9, he had an incredible performance on that. You can't get Lee Sin. I mean, if you can get Lee Sin, it'd be great, but you can't get Lee Sin. That's getting banned unless Team Secret Wales has something crazy cooked. The Xin Zhao, I think, looked really good. If we can try and isolate an Ezreal for Feng as well, I think that's a huge win condition that you could potentially get through. it is tricky to identify exactly where the win will come. And as I said it, you're not getting Lee Sin. That's banned out. But so's the Ezreal in the Burrows.
Absolutely no Lee Sin, and both of these junglers love their Xin Zhao. But as a reminder as well, Team Secret Wales, they were the LCP All-Pro team, and his toe is the LCP MVP for the regular split as well. So it's quite the fearsome team that Team Secret Wales is facing off against, which is why they've also banned that Nocturne away, which I feel like that's an interesting ban, right? We did only see his toe play that once in all of the regular, Pop 9 play that a couple of times. He played it twice, but only kind of won it once. So maybe it's like a draft read. They want to pull apart a potential draft that Relove DCG has been practicing in scrims, but that Akali ban as well, I think that's a strong ban against D-Ray.
Yeah, it is a strong ban. It also forces the Orianna ban here. I think if you don't ban Orianna, Hongshu is going to play that. The Akali being banned as well means the traditional counter's gone. I think this is a fairly clear first pick. It does leave up a few things. It does leave like his toe can get Jarvan in exchange. It could, like, if you pick Orianna here, you give up Rumble Jarvan, which is scary. So they're going to take the Jarvan for themselves. I don't necessarily blame them here.
I think Jarvan's a good choice. Obviously, getting that backline access allows for some creative engage angles. Securing that one there for Pop 9 as well. That is one of his sort of, I want to say, more played champs. He does enjoy that one, and it works for the team. But you were talking about other high priority champs, right? Orianna is still up. Lee Sin gone, but Vi is another jungler that Team Secret Wales could take a look at now that they know the jungler of Relove DCG. But it looks like they're going to opt for that high prior mid laner with Ryze. Now, it's good that I'm seeing Cassiopeia banned, right? Because Cassiopeia has kind of exploded onto the scene in recent months. She's definitely climbed in that meta, and I'm actually really happy to see Histo secure Xin Zhao. This is absolutely a comfort pick for him, and it's a strong start overall for Team Secret Wales to get Ryze and Xin Zhao.
Yeah, I think this is a good read by DCG as well. They had the option was do we pick Jarvan or do we pick Orianna? That's the question that they were being asked. I think they made the correct decision in going to Jarvan, particularly because I think D-Ray doesn't lean towards the Orianna side of that matchup. He likes the Ryze more, and I think now DCG are getting sort of their pick of the litter. I agree with you that I liked the Xin Zhao pickup. I don't really like it there. I think we should pick that in our third pick, because I think getting Pun on Rumble would have done a lot for Team Secret Wales here. They're hovering over these tanks, the Ornn, the Scion. I think Ornn would be a really good lock-in, can get a lot of magic resist early to survive the aggression of Rumble. But I do just feel like you've put Pun on the back foot in a lane that he didn't need to be.
Yeah, already going for that, Ornn in the top side with so many top laners still left up. He's going to have a harder time in that early game. You do say he's able to secure some magic resist, which is good. He'll survive, but he's definitely going to be playing that weak side top lane, unless he's got something cooking, because we do know that Ornn combo can surprise even the best of us here, Garrix. But we are looking at that fourth ban for Team Secret Wales, and it will be the Bard. I would expect potentially a Karma or Seraphine ban to be coming through here as well from either Relove DCG or Team Secret Wales, because they're very, very strong support right now, and we don't have a read on either team's bot lane.
I actually think the champion that Team Secret Wales needs to ban is Mel. I think you need to remove a potential support Mel here, particularly if they want the Seraphine. You can't pick Ornn and Seraphine into Mel. That is a bit too harsh of a counter. And I actually think Ashe Seraphine would suit them fairly well if they can get access to it. So let's see what this last ban is. If it's not Mel, it tells me that they're not going to play the Ashe Seraphine, because it's just too brutal a counter.
Just waiting. Obviously, both of them still up, Ash and Seraphine. Is Siva banned away? Okay. That's a surprise. I definitely wasn't expecting Siva to be banned. Fang on that Siva has actually picked it up a couple of times during the LCP. But I can't say I recall it being overly successful. So they're reading the draft composition here. They want to prevent that really powerful wave clear that Siva can bring, that safety she has from that range, that sort of scaling ability that she brings, and Caitlyn. So many powerful bot lane duos still up here, Carrix, including that Ash Seraphine.
Yeah, Ash Seraphine is still available. A little bit tricky to pick here for Team Secret Wales. If you pick one side of it, you could get counterpicked away. They go the Jhin. I'm a little bit worried about their damage now. D-Ray has to put the carry pants on because it's an Ornn top and Jhin ADC. The consistent damage is a little bit low. Great burst, but the consistency not 100% there. Fang is hovering over Corki. Had a good performance on that yesterday. Wouldn't be surprised to see it going again. I don't think we need to go the Ash Seraphine. We can sort of just play it calm. They go Karma. Makes sense. You don't need to pick your ADC there. It's not like they can ban any more away. You get both picks, of course, anyway, so it doesn't matter. Have a little bit more time to think about it. I think Corki makes sense. Go Corki Karma. You can't go Caitlyn, so just, lock it in.
Yeah, I mean, 5 ADCs already banned away as well. So they're straight up hard targeting the ADC pools, both sides here, as Yunara being hovered. Now, not a classic pick with the Karma. Normally we'll see like Lulu Yunara. So I'm very interested to see how Xiaoxi and Feng are going to make this duo work. But I have seen Feng pop off on this Yunara. We do know he has the hands. And here's another support who's risen in the meta of late is Pyke. Just his ability to roam the map so fast and set up these ganks, right? Being able to... What? Skarner, maybe?
The Skarner.
Oh,
Skarner.
another
Skarner's
support.
A great pick here. This is a really smart pick here. I really like this because the biggest problem that I think Team Secret Wales has is around 14 minutes they don't do any damage because Ryze isn't online. Ornn hasn't started handing out items. So it's like his toe is all of the damage there. But if you go the Halo Blade support Skarner, he actually just beats people up. Skarner just has really high base numbers at the moment. That's why he's being played as a support. Around 14 minutes, you just pick up the big rock, you have Halo Blades, and you just beat people with it.
Yeah, I mean, we did see it just last weekend as well in our other knockout stages. The Skarner was picked up, I think it maybe even been Friday night. And as you say, it's... I don't think people realize it's very Poppy-esque in that you just slam people into the wall and they're stunned and they're stuck. And then you also have that ultimate where you're able to grab and relocate your opponents into a better position for your team, or at the very least, just take them out of the fight, prevent them from getting damaged down. I really like the Skarner pick because it offers another level, another layer of protection for Jhin, but it also creates those flanking angles because Skarner can just come through that terrain and surprise you outside of vision. So an inspired choice. It doesn't do anything, I want to say, to dynamically change their damage profile significantly, but it's going to have that sort of early surprise as you were talking about.
He has % health damage. That's why I really like it. Again, it's just that little bridge that they need. I actually just think it's a really clever support pick. I like it a lot. I think BA as well, it suits his playstyle. He can go from really weird angles. He can go through the walls. He's engaging. He's super aggressive. Skarner can be super aggressive quite safely. I like it a lot. I will say, though, as much as I'm hyping the Skarner up, I do think the rest of the draft is questionable because DCG does 10 times as much damage as you. If any fight goes for longer than 30 seconds, DCG wins.
You're absolutely right there, and I agree with you. I support the Skarner pick. I'm kind of like, I like how much of a out and loud fan of Skarner that Captain Flowers is from the LCS there. He's just a really cool champion, as we did see some of those skins come through. One of the things that I do like to talk about is the skins because, you know, they just help your champions look fantastic. But I have to say, one of the least sort of skinned champs is J4. It's rare that you'll see people go for a skin on him, as Pop9 kind of gets this cheeky little early invade on his toe, and Histo's going to come down and
Look at
find
him.
that his camp's been taken.
And look at the Skarner. He just beats you up. He picks up the rock and he Hail of Blades you. He just took Feng to like 10% health.
And that's what you were talking about,
worked.
right? That Hail of Blades combo,
Yeah,
that
exactly.
early game damage. Yeah.
He just whacks people as Histo. He's going to go for a little bit of an aggressive play here. We'll find Pop
Well, 'cause
9
Histo-
at the KFC. He
Yeah,
wins
'cause
this
Histo-
hard.
ooh.
Pop 9's low.
Yeah, because Histo knew Pop 9 invaded his jungle, right? So Histo knew that he could go down to the bot side and grab that jungle and just happen to time... Ooh.
They're all right. They're all right. It's just going to be barriers burned. Good damage there. Good fight back from Feng and Xiaoxi. As much as we talk about Skarner being able to give them the business, there is a Karma on the other side. So need to be very, very careful into that one.
Great shields there too from that Karma, that barrier burn. So a nice trade to get some of those summoners, but we do take a quick look at them and basically bot side equal summoners burned, all flashes still available as D-Ray trading confidently with Hongsu here. But we were talking about Histo, right? Pop 9 got an early jungle invade and finds himself, as I was saying it, at equal CS. So Histo knew that Pop 9 hadn't taken his chickens, so went down and invaded and was able to push Pop 9 off the chicken camp as well. So I do like that read from Histo there. Oh,
There's first blood taken down. The Karma has fallen. Eddie has one more shot to fire. Doesn't have a flash to follow Feng under tower. Team Secret Whales, they strike early.
first blood going over to Team Secret Whales. They're up at nearly 900 gold now, and I really look forward to seeing how that one transpired here. But BA, the one getting the gold, and here it is. There's a ward in that bush, right? So Xiaoxi stepping up, just being a bit cheeky. BA, as you said, with that Hail of Blades, oh, the flash Carrix into the deadly flourish, annihilate Xiaoxi before any real response can come through, and BA gets away on a shred of health. I think that was just Xiaoxi being a bit overconfident.
Being just a little overconfident, not recognizing, again, the damage that comes out of this Skarner. It's hard to expect sometimes. The burst that a Jhin Skarner lane can put out, yes, their consistent damage isn't going to be nearly as high as a Karma Yunara, but the first 5 seconds of the fight, that's where they live. So now Eddie, he's super happy, comes back in to lane with the double longsword. He's ahead. Of course, he didn't get the kill, but he got... basically, it's the next bit of CS time. As Xiaoxi as well, a lot of this early impact is a bit muted. I feel like Karma is this really interesting champion where she doesn't have to dominate lane. She will scale. She is an enchanter, but at the same time, she can dominate lane so well that when she doesn't, it does feel like something to write home about.
Yeah, and I mean, Team Secret Whales, they're the ones getting the push in this bot side, which is so unusual because of that mantra Q that Karma is so powerful for, and Histo just getting a look, sees the chickens are being taken. I don't think Pop 9 saw Histo though, so Histo might have an angle in this jungle going for the red buff.
Might be a bit of a smite fight as the Histo giving him a go. There it is. The red buff stolen away. Pop 9 in trouble as the Scorpion over the wall. BA finds another one. We go to the mid lane where there's an egg getting popped. Can D-Ray scramble it? Don't know if he's going to have the damage quite in time as he's going to chunk it low. Hongshu could be in trouble. There's another overload. Oh. There it is. D-Ray clipped the wings and Team Secret Whales are flying.
It's an omelette for the Whales here tonight, Carrix. They get it on the bot side in the red buff, beating Pop 9, and then D-Ray gets the solo bolo on Hongsu in that mid lane. I didn't think you would have enough damage, but that new rune just helping, that Deathfire Torch, enabling that extra bit of damage. As we go to this replay, Histo just gets the read off that chicken camp, knows Pop 9 is on the red buff, and knows he has that early game skirmish advantage here, forcing Pop 9 to flag and drag over the wall. But BA was already coming through that terrain, was already like pre-positioned to finish the job. Like, how do you get that level of forethought, Carrix?
You play a lot of Rise. That's the answer. You get into the hyperbolic time chamber. You become Blue Man, as D-Ray often is. I was saying that we didn't end up seeing the Orianna in this game. It did go unpicked, but D-Ray always takes the Rise side of that matchup. Even when Orianna has been considered stronger, he takes the Rise side. Just goes, I'm just better at Rise. I'm super happy with that.
And I mean, we do take a quick look. Yeah, they're farming the waves, but Team Secret Whales already finds themselves at 2,500 gold. They've already got that first Drake, which they got off the back of the Prio on the bot side as BA is making a move here. But this is like, it's not even Team Secret Whales being, I want to say, overly aggressive and overloading any lanes. They're just getting smart picks, smart fights. As we go back to this top side.
Yeah, we didn't see this one as Florin just caught out.
Yeah, really nice setup there. Pun on that Ornn, gets that ult, gets the slow on to Florin, and then BA again. And this is what we were talking about in the draft, right, Carrix? That BA can just make things happen on this Skarner, coming through walls, and the fight breaks out.
They're going to go straight in. The Realm Warp wasn't followed, but that means Hongshu is just caught between the pincers. The wall will not slow them down for very long. That's another kill for D-Ray. He's now 2-0. And the wheels are falling off the DCG wagon.
Currently 5-0 in 8 minutes. This is actually turning into a Team Secret Whales one-sided game so fast. But this is Relove DCG. They've weathered worse storms, and I have to believe that they can find a way back into this one. The grubs are up, so maybe getting some of those jungle objectives, get some priority in that top side, because Ornn is not doing overly well in the priority stakes. But here's that Realm Warp you were talking about that got cancelled. And it makes me wonder why that was cancelled, because Team Secret Whales had the numbers, but I think it was more of a safe play. I don't think D-Ray wanted to go overly deep and get caught out, because he's telling BA they were enough. They were frontlining, and D-Ray could just flank. Oh no, Carrots.
Hang on a second. Florin's in trouble. They combo it again. They don't land the knockout from the Ornn. Oh, but he wants him anyway. Pun will die for this, but he's asserted his dominance. Oh, D-Ray goes down as well, so a swing back there as DCG do fight back.
Yeah, Relove DCG, they might be down, but they are definitely not out here, Carrix, as it is good to see them getting something back. D-Ray goes down. BA, though, being cheeky around these grubs here. A fight might break out again. DCG, though, they've got 3 people here.
This is what BA just did, is he forced Pop9 to smite the first one. He didn't want to smite it. He wanted to save that. So now he's caught out. He's going to be zoned away. Garm will get 2 grubs here. Of course, when you split the grubs, it's not as important. But BA just standing there and holding that rock and just saying, hey, if you don't smite, I'm going to throw this rock at the grub and I'm going to steal it. So he had to smite. He had to fall back. Lovely play out of BA. He is going crazy in this early game.
I'm so glad we gave that head-to-head to the supports. As Team Secret Whales, we're going to grab those 2 grubs for sure. As D-Ray, he's just, gets spotted out. And more members of Relove DCG with the Cataclysm committed. D-Ray had no flash, no ghost, was not able to escape from this 3-person fight there. So I like that Relove DCG linked up. I like that they took D-Ray out. And we just see Team Secret Whales going for it again. BA is leading the charge, Carrix.
And he can do this. Skarner is a champion that over the course of time, when he was nerfed after his rework, where it was just a terror in professional play, he's just a base stat champion now. He has ridiculous base stats. And then they've given him kills. So now, not only does he have ridiculous base stats, he has that Protoplasm harness. He's healing a huge amount. He's able to be ridiculously tanky. And there's just not a really great answer for a little bit. There will be an answer. Yunara will kill a Skarner, but she needs some items under her belt.
Especially a support Skarner too, right? Because you're not getting that sort of gold injection that a normal topside or a jungle Skarner would get, able to get more of those items online that make them harder to kill. Histo, though, in this topside, will see Xiaoxi roaming to that topside, getting the ward down. Ooh, good wave clear from Pun, because they know Xiaoxi's here. As Relove DCG, they've got 4 members topside, Carrick. They're going for it.
This is a really bold play. There is an Ornn ult. It's an Ornn. He's super tanky. They're going to try and go under the tower, but Hizto holding them off. The Crescent Guard is good. Finally, some damage coming in from Feng. One kill's already gone over. It's 1-1, 2-1 in the favor of Team Secret Wales. DCG, we just did not need to force that so hard.
I liked Histo's proactivity too. He didn't wait for them to start the fight on them. He jumped on to Relove DCG. He forced it to start before they were comfortable, before they were ready, and that's how they were able to get 2 kills out of it. Relove DCG, yes, they get the 1, but in a 4v2 under tower, you want more than that, Carrix. I dare say this is not how Relove wanted it to go. So Pop9, he cops that early turret, and Histo goes in. Pop9 with that Cataclysm there, but Xiaoxi is too far away to kind of really have any impact. Does get the shield down to help Relove DCG survive, but it's just not enough when that Crescent Guard is popped, that Ornn ult goes down. 4v2, and Team Secret Wales come out the winner of that one. They're at 4.5k gold. The second Drake is down, but BA might be caught.
Nope, he'll be all right. He's Skarner. He'll walk his way out of that one, even though his E was interrupted. As I said, Skarner that gets a little bit of an early gold injection. It doesn't matter that he's a support Skarner. He's got ridiculous base stats, and he's one item. He was actually one item before most of everyone else, despite being a support. So he's just really, really tanky at the moment. Hongshu as well not had the greatest early game to this. Anivia definitely needs a little bit more time to come online.
I just don't think Team Secret Wales is... I just don't think Team Secret Wales is ready to give them that time. I mean, they're at 4.5k. They're at 2 Drakes, 2 Grubs. They're invading the jungle already again, Carrix.
BA has led the charge. The Realm Warp is coming in. Cataclysm over the wall from Pop9, but it just doesn't matter. He's not as strong as Hizto. Feng can't get anything done. All of those auto attacks being blocked. They will finally take down the Xin Zhao. This might have been a little bit too far from Team Secret Wales. As over the wall goes BA. They lose the jungler and don't get anything back. So Team Secret Wales underestimating the amount of DCG that are on this side of the map.
Yeah, but on the other side of the map, Pun left alone on that bot side, getting some great wave clear, getting some excellent damage in on that bot side tier 2. But you are so right. Team Secret Wales, there was only 3 members there when they went into that jungle, but Relove DCG, they saw, good interrupt from Eddie there, slowing the return of Feng. But there was more members of Relove DCG. They came together so much quicker, and Hizto with that Crescent Guard was unfortunately just left too deep, too alone in the back lines, and was sacrificed as the rest of Team Secret Wales made good their escape. But the Rift Herald up in 20 seconds, and Team Secret Wales lead has been cut down to 3k. And we do take a look at some of those items. That Rod of Ages online for both of those mid laners. The Kraken Slayer has been picked up for Feng. One more item, and that will be a significant spike for that Yunara.
Yeah, it is a fair ways away, but one thing I do want to just see something. You talked about how Pun got a big wave clear. He was pushing into the tower, and this is a thing with Ornn. People think, I'm a tank. I should be attending these, 14, 15-minute fights. I should be helping my team. No. Ornn, you stay inside lane. You must get levels. Nothing else matters. We must get levels on our Ornn. Rift Herald now, 2,000 health. Pop9 is coming in. The smite will be easy enough for Hizto. Does Team Secret Wales want to evacuate? No, they don't. They want to throw the damage in. Pun has TP'd up to this fight as Feng takes that final shot, but it's not a huge amount of damage. Pun is very tanky here as he's the one they're going in on. Pop9 in a huge amount of trouble on the other side of the fight. Hizto has dived in onto Hongshu, but all eyes on Feng. He's trying to make the hero play, nearly kills Eddie, but cannot dethrone the king. Oh, lovely wall there to stop the Rift Herald charge, but that is only a consolation prize as DCG lose 2.
Yeah, Relove DCG went a little bit too deep. Pop9 and Feng pay for their sins. Feng was so desperate to try and get something back. He burnt the flash, he burnt the barrier, and now has no summoners, which will be critical because the third Drake of the game is only a minute and a half away. As we take another look at this one, Team Secret Wales, they're split already. There's 2 on the Rift Herald and 3 in the mid lane, but Relove DCG just don't have a way in. And that Equalizer, it's not doing that much damage to BA yet. He just ate the whole thing because he was cataclysmed and walked it off like it was nobody's business. A great sidestep from Pop9 to dodge the deadly flourish, but it still wasn't enough, as Eddie is also forced to flash off of Feng's proactivity on that Yunara. But as the dust settles here, Carrick's... yeah.
One's dead.
Oh.
Yep.
How's that happen?
Thanks, observers. We do see him. There is no Yordle in that mech. We have a missing Yordle. Please, someone claim your furry child from the front. See what happened there. We don't know where Rumble is. We've lost him. Let's have a look at how this one went down. It looks like he was just caught.
Oh my gosh, there's two of them in that jungle. D-Ray ghosted, the flash burnt, but unfortunately the Rune Prison lands, stunning Florin, and down he goes. That was so clean, Carrix. That was so unfortunate for Florin. He clearly did not have any vision, any intel on those two missing players, because they'd only kind of just come off the back of another fight. They lost two members and were coming back out to the Rift. So it was that patient play from Team Secret Whales that we're talking about in the draft. They're happy to play a bit slower, but Carrick's another fight.
Yeah, BA in a lot of trouble. They're just going to sacrifice the Skarner. They've overloaded this side of the map as Pun is desperately trying to clear the wave here so he can get back under tower. He's not going to be able to do it. Will go down, but it's an investment of all 5 members of DCG. They get 2 kills, and I'm not going to understate the value of that. As, hang on, we've got a bit of a replay here. I guess the bot side was partying. It looks like Xiaoxi got caught.
Oh, still flashed and still got stunned. It's the chain seat. Oh, Pun dancing on the corpse.
I love Pun so much.
It's the chain CC. There was nothing Xiaoxi could do. He even flashed and was still within the AoE. As we come back to live, Pun's still dead from that topside fight. But right now, Relove DCG, I feel like they're doing a good job of keeping that gold lead in check. It's still only about 3,500 gold from Team Secret Whales, where previously it did balloon out to 4.5k. So they keep finding picks just like this one, Carrots.
BA. This is BA, once again, as I say, plays like a psychopath, but no walls can stop him. Skarner is a champion that enables his playstyle. And look, I agree with you. They're doing a good job holding the gold lead at 3.5k. It's been at that level for a little while. And normally, that's kind of enough. Like, you can't necessarily claw the gold lead back. You just have to make it matter less and less as the game goes on. The problem here is that there's an Ornn on the other team. He's just a couple levels away from being like, would you like 1,500 gold, little boy? How about you? Would you like 1,500 gold for Christmas? And it's not going to be represented on the scoreboard.
And it's going to absolutely be represented in the kills, as Team Secret Whales are currently 12-6 into Relove DCG. They have 3 of the Drakes. They are on Drake's Soul, right? Which means the next one, the 4th one, will give them Soul Point. However, the Baron now on the Rift, the big purple worm, one of the biggest and best objectives it can be played for. But Carricks, we're at the 20-minute mark, and both Tier 1 mid lane turrets are still standing. It's kind of strange to see it up so late.
Yeah, it is pretty interesting with the early block on the Rift Herald when Garm did drop that one earlier on. Stops it. It finally does go down. Florin was the target, but they get away from that, and oh my. It is Pun caught out, trying to find his way in onto Pop9. They kill them over the wall. Xiaoxi, the next target, as Histo needs to find his way away from the fires. Oh, it's a massive stun here from Hongshu. Gets all 3, allows Feng to carve through the fight. BA re-entering. Can he get the damage done? No, he cannot. Just needs to find a way out. He just needs to defend his team. It's DCG picking up a big fight win off a massive stun from Hongshu.
It was 6 and 12 a minute ago. It is now 9 and 13. Relove DCG go 3 for 1 against Team Secret Wales, even with their health bars blinking. They have to be happy with that. The gold lead now just at 3k, and it came off the back of this. Pop9 re-entering his jungle and catches Pun returning to that sort of mid lane. Gets a lot of damage down. Pun with the ult onto 3. It's a nice, effective ult, but without the rest of the team there until now, he takes too much damage to survive. It was a great realm warp from D-Ray, but an unfortunate impale from BA. If he's had one weakness so far this game, Carrix, it is those impales. He does keep missing them because Relove, they know when it's about to happen. They're able to disperse, dodge, and avoid that significant ultimate here. As we do go back to live, Seal using the third Team Secret Wales coach comms of the game. He's probably telling them, lock in, stop playing with your food. It's time to shut this game down and take us to game 2. But Relove DCG, they're going to have other plans.
They really are, and we sort of do get into the question of, we're a minute away from this Dragon Soul. Team Secret Wales, they do not need to get this Dragon Soul immediately. If you would happily say, yeah, you can have one Dragon, DCG, we're going to take the Baron. That is where they have such a massive advantage. As Xiaoxi, that's so annoying when you get hit by a max range Deadly Flourish that you know that there's no actual ability for it to be followed up on. You're just standing there like, come on, man, let me leave. So far, I will say, I agree with you. It has been a little bit sloppy from Team Secret Wales. They had a really strong early game. They need to lock in. They need to figure this one out, as BA is caught out a little bit. He's not really caught, of course. He is a Skarner, can burrow through that wall when needed. Pun TP's in. It is a commit to Dragon. It's a commit to getting Soul.
Yeah, trying to get these waves pushed in, get that priority. They really, really want this Soul. They've made the call. They're happy if DCG want to go for that Baron instead, and that Drake is going down fast.
BA is getting melted away, but you'll trade your support for the Soul. Soul secured. Pun trying to get away. Does immune that knockup from the Jarvan, and with DCG split on either side of the wall, should be able to get out as Pop9 actually taken down. Now they're going to turn it around with a double knockup from Pun. That's a good wall. Holding D-Ray out. Has to realm warp just to get into Viper with Feng falling. This is going to be an absolute disaster for DCG. At Team Secret Wales are spooled up. They're ready to go. They've got one more egg salad sandwich to collect. They've got Soul, and they'll walk up to the Worm.
It was never in doubt. Team Secret Wales held those ultimates. His toe turned that fight around off the back of D-Ray getting a pick on the back end of that fight, and his toe with his Crescent Guard went in, and now they're going to get a free as you please Baron with every member of Relove DCG wiped off the face of the Rift. And here it is again. They engage onto BA. BA goes down. It's suddenly a 4v5 and Pun frontlining. They've done their job already. They've given Soul over to Team Secret Wales, that permanent advantage they now have for the rest of the game. But Pop9 trying to flank, and D-Ray picks it out, takes out Pop9, turns it into a 4v4, and here's where his toe goes in. That front line, that Crescent Guard with D-Ray in the back, free firing into Relove DCG, and there is just nothing they can do about it. It's that communication, it's that team synergy that Team Secret Wales has brought to the LCP all year long. That is just proving that intangible asset that other teams are struggling to match, struggling to overcome here, Carrix, because Team Secret Wales, they have the Baron buff, they have the Soul buff, they're in charge with 6.5k of gold, and right now Relove DCG, they're up against it. I just don't see how they're going to get back into this one because Pop9 not having the greatest game.
No, he's not. He has been locked out of this one. It's a hard game to play. Trying to jump on top of an Ornn, of a Xin Zhao, of a Skarner as well that got ahead early from BA. It's just not really easy to do. And Pop9 hasn't quite found the answer. And again, this is something I sort of talked about it a little bit earlier, is it's a 7k gold lead, it's a Soul, it's a Baron. It's also 3 ornaments handed out. The Christmas trees are looking really pretty. As that's not actually just a 3-item rise. That's like a 3.5 item rise.
Yeah, you are so right. That Storm Surge as well, with that extra benefit, with that 600. Oh, they go in on Pun.
They go in onto Pun, but it's the worst possible choice to Cataclysm because Ornn can break the wall down. In comes the Realm Warp. Eddie arriving in that one. It's a double kill already for the Xin Zhao. Eddie will pick up a third. And they're just going to chase them forward. They want to get game 1 in the books. Dire is bored of it. He's got places to be, Logan. And game 2 is where he wants to book a place.
Yeah, running down mid here. They look to end the game. They've got that Baron buff still. It's over 5k gold. Only Florin left to defend here, Carrix. They're going to end it.
Team Secret Wales will take game 1. They wipe DCG off the map. And DCG, if they're going to get a game like we all think they could, it's back to the drawing board.
Pun was dancing just outside the fountain as the rest of Team Secret Wales finished off the nexus of Relove DCG. But all is not lost. Relove DCG showed some fantastic signs of life in that game, Carrix. I still genuinely believe that they can at least take one game from Team Secret Wales, so they have to watch out. They have to draft well. They have to play at their best like they did here in game 1, because Relove were finding angles back in. They were cutting that gold lead down, but it almost felt like Team Secret Wales was playing with their food toward the end there, because they were just like, we'll win this mid fight, we'll win the game.
They will. They just won everywhere. It was a bit rough. DCG, though, they have shown the capacity to bounce back. Game 2 last night was an absolute stomp from Garm. They got it super ahead early. DCG had no hope in that game, but DCG still came back, won game 3 and 4 really convincingly. So we've still got a series to talk about, and let's have a look at that damage graph. We know Rumble damage here is a little bit fake, so we'll put that to the side. What I'm looking at is that a Jhin out-damaged a Yunara.
They just set him up better. He had fantastic angles. He was allowed to free fire, because you look at the front line. That's Ornn, that's Xin Zhao, that's Skarner. That's so much tankiness that Jhin is allowed to actually get the damage down that he is so well known for. But this was a 27-minute game as well, Carrix. A full 4 minutes faster than our average game length in the LCP. As we just take a look at the highlight reel of what will doubtlessly be a lot of Team Secret Wales favored fights. We were talking earlier before the draft, before the broadcast even, that we thought that maybe mid lane could be a way in for Relove DCG to find a winning condition. But D-Ray, he just proved insurmountable. He was the unkillable Rise.
Yeah, exactly. And we can't be giving him Rise. Even with Rise falling off that little bit, no longer having Phase Rush, Dire, he has become Blue Man. As I was saying, we just can't let him play it. You'd much rather have him on the Orianna, frankly, not the champion he's actually sort of incredible at. But Rise is now, of course, locked in the Fearless Vault for the rest of the series. And what kind of worries me is outside of that Rise, and I guess the Xin Zhao as well, Garm were not really on like the champions they would pick if they were playing blind pick. You know, it was Jhin for Eddie. He likes more carry ADCs. Ornn is not a super high priority top laner just in general at the moment. And then it was a Skarner support. That does worry me a little bit, because they can still just play their standard style.
Yeah, you're so right. Team Secret Wales not on their comfort champions in most of these lanes, as you were saying. And that's the thing with Team Secret Wales, right, is that their champ pools are so deep that they can comfortably play almost every single meta champ, and maybe even you call them A-tier champs, very, very effectively. They're that good here in the LCP, and I'm looking for this skill expression. I'm looking for this talent, this synergy, this coordination when we get to that grand final, but even when they get to MSIs, because that's the prize at the end of this split.
That it is. Team Secret Wars are already looking forward to that. But DCG, a win today, I don't have this confirmed, but I'm 99% sure a win today would give them that second slot because they've been in the finals twice. So this is a high stakes series, Logan, and DCG need to find their way back into it.
Here's an overview of how Coach Comms works. Each team may assign one coach per game, submitted with the starting roster. Coaches can be changed between games. Only a head coach, assistant coach, or analyst is eligible. Sub-players are not allowed. Use of the Coach Comms is optional. Here's how Coach Comms operates during matches. The coach is placed in an isolated room, wearing a soundproof headset to ensure competitive integrity. They may only view the 5-player POVs on stage. No live stream, spectator mode, or external devices are permitted. Each team has 3 Coach Comms uses per game, with 45 seconds per use. Unused users do not carry over. After all users are exhausted, the coach may leave the room. If they leave early, they cannot return. Team members not participating will have access to standard spectator mode for post-game review. Coach Comms has received positive feedback from teams and fans and adds an additional strategic layer to the game. The feature will be reviewed at the end of Split 2. Stay tuned for more updates.
Em nghĩ team em có thể đứng trong top LCP. Team em khá là đoàn kết với lại sức trẻ nữa, càng đánh càng hay. Chúng tôi sẽ có mặt tại MSA.
Sẽ có 2 trận tiếp vào tới giới thì họ rất là mạnh, thì fan cũng là sẽ cố đặt niềm tin vào nhau để có thể mạnh hơn sẽ vào những lần trước.
Off the map, they do get the rift herald. Oh, the flash encore! It's just a quick flag and drag follow-up.
Chúng tôi là thời đại mới của LCP.
The mountain charging forward, Doggo is the target. Artemis is getting some damage off. Yeah.
Khi bước up thì bọn mình cần phải đánh với tâm thế nó đầu tiên phải là tự tin đã, và cái tâm lý nó thật là thoải mái, thì khi đó thì bọn mình sẽ đánh đúng với thực lực của mình.
因为我们现在成绩不算特别好。但是我们进季后赛，我觉得我们也能像巨兔一样一下课上。
Hear the chorus of sun and moon, our voices, an untiring hymn against the silence. Do you feel it at last? Long have I circled this world, descending only when the Watchers first stirred. Mark and fracture! I had such hope for you, Void Hunter. Fall to fire! Fall and be silenced. Silence, dreaded herald. Rise with me! Sunfire Eternal! Huh. Providence! Our dance continues, sun and moon in perfect step. Watch as our enemies are undone. Abyssal vermin, I bar you from the heavens! Yeah! As night ordains! Silver moon, your blade fulfilled our ancient vow. This is predetermined. Begone! A lunar storm gathers. All in my path shall burn. The eclipse consumes! The moon is stained red this night. Pierce! Ruin! Fall! My eclipse is rageful as righteous! You betray existence! Is it inevitable that our paths diverge, Golden Sun? Hear the chorus of sun and moon, our voices, an untiring hymn against the silence. Do you feel it at last? Long have I circled this world, descending only when the watchers first stirred. Mark and fracture! I had such hope for you, Void Hunter. Fall to fire! Fall and be silenced. Silence, dreaded.
So far, so good with tonight's best of 5 series between Team Secret Wales and Relove DCG. Team Secret Wales took game 1 and they have gotten blue side because Relove DCG opted for second pick this time around, Carrix.
Yeah, I kind of like this with the super high tiers off the board. Rumble's gone, Jarvan's gone, Rise is gone. I think you can angle this. You maybe take a really strong bot lane first off. This could be where the Ashe Seraphine comes in. It could be where something like Lucian Nilio is that second and third pick overall. I think that makes a lot of sense to me. I think responding as well, getting counter picks, potentially giving something to try and deal with Pun, because game 1, the Rumble was there, but Ornn looked kind of unstoppable.
Yeah, they even tried to dive him 4v2 with his toe as well, and just the way that Pun and his toe were able to play it, they were able to really, really punish Relove DCG and their heavy overcommitment for the play where it was 2 for 1, right? 2 members of Relove went down, 1 member of Team Secret Wales went down, and it's just because Pun on that Ornn, then his toe on that Xin Zhao just played it so well. So I feel like Relove DCG, they need to get on some of their comfort picks. I feel like they need to maybe get Hong Shu on that sort of Orianna, maybe that Annie, which we've seen, but obviously that depends on the composition. Annie's not a one-size-fits-all kind of champion. Maybe we see Florin on something like the Na, maybe the Jace. You've got thoughts on Annie? Okay.
I think Annie is a little bit plug and play at the moment. I think it's just a good mid laner in a lot of situations. I actually think both teams could lean towards it. These are incredibly talented mid laners, don't get me wrong, but they're not like Arya for SHG where you need them on a really dynamic champion. It's kind of okay if they just play setup. I actually do think Annie could be reasonably high prior. Not first pick. We don't first pick Annie, I think, but first round of the draft.
Yeah, as we do see some of these same bans that we saw in game 1 coming through here again. That Lee Sin Nocturne, they refuse to give that over to Pop 9, and Relove DCG respond in kind with that Lucian against Eddie and that Cassiopeia against D-Ray. But Bard, also a super high prio ban, because we've seen Xiao Si play that at least 4 times here in the LCP, and it's that play-making setup that he has, that journey through the walls that gets the team away or gets that again. It's like stifling these players' creativity. You are not allowed to get a good flank angle, and we just saw what BA did on that Skarner. So I like the ban as Varus. So the only different ban is Bard here.
Yeah, the Bard banned out earlier this time. I think that makes a lot of sense. You don't want to let Xiaoxi have those really unconventional angles, as we're just hovering some top laners. I think, yeah, Ezreal's up. You got to pick that one. Lock that in. Let Eddie have what is probably the best ADC on the patch. In fact, there's no probably there. It is the best ADC on the patch. We saw Artemis go absolutely crazy with this one last night. I can expect Eddie to put on just as strong a performance, but DCG, they opted for the second picks and they left Ezreal up. What do we have planned?
Yeah, like how do you answer that? Ezreal is such a good question because, as you said, strongest AD on the patch did get that sort of AP scaling buff as well. So I was able to have like a really flexible damage profile. I have to imagine, as Relove DCG, they lock in that Vi. Now, Vi is such a strong jungler at the moment, currently having sort of like a global win rate of over 60%. So I would expect an Ahri to be locked in here for Hongshu, because D-Ray really effective on that Ahri. You don't want to let them sort of pick it away from that duo, but they're hovering Kai'Sa right now. They're looking at that hyper-scaling AD carry, very mobile as well. It definitely enables that dive, can absolutely follow those Vi in on those plays.
Yeah, definitely can, but I still just don't know if we needed to pick it there. It's not like the Kai'Sa was going to get picked away. Nefiri, also, we did see his toe hover it, but again, doesn't necessarily have to be picked right immediately. You can sort of think about it. They go to Nico as the pick. Okay, this is a champion that has fallen completely out of favor, but presumably BA, it still has to only be a support. BA going back to that, his toe does pick up Nefiri. I like that a lot. I have no questions about the Nefiri.
Yeah, look, every time I see Nefiri, it just seems to do well. It feels really hard to actually have a response to the Nefiri. I feel like when both Vi and Nefiri ult you, though, you are able to kind of drag them further away out of position. And this is a really interesting bit, right? They had the opportunity to pick the Ahri away to break up that Ahri Vi combo, but instead Team Secret Whales opted to lock in that very, very low priority Nico and grab that Nefiri. So they're coming at this one with a plan here, Carrix, and Relove DCG, I think they're trying to pull that plan apart now that they've kind of got a read on the draft, banning that Orianna away, which is a mid laner that you were saying just, try and let D-Ray get onto that because he hasn't played that one too much. He hasn't done too well with it. So that's an interesting ban. It almost feels like they could have gone for something else.
I mean, it's one of those things where if you're going to give D-Ray a high tier champion, I think Orianna's the best one. I still wouldn't just give it to him for free. I don't mind banning. I do see what you're saying. Maybe taking away some of Pun's champion pool could have made sense. You will have counter pick, of course, so maybe you don't care as much about that. You'll always be able to counter pick one solo lane. So it'll almost certainly be top this time, of course. As Annie taken away as well. We were talking about that a lot. I think, is this ever Nico mid? As that is a Camille support.
That absolutely is. But Nico support. Mid, I mean, yeah, this is an interesting one, right?
Could it be?
I think that's a top lane. I think that's a top lane Camille, because right now, neither of these teams really have an effective frontliner as Lysandra potentially picked up for D-Ray. Ooh, spicy.
Okay, I like that a lot. This does nullify the Vi Ahri combo. You just can't do it on Lysandra. And this is definitely... Camille is not playable top lane at the moment. This has to go support. As Zehen is being hovered. this would be frontline. This would be some like sort of go buddies with the rest of DCG. This is just a ridiculous dive comp. There is only one thing this DCG comp does, but it does it pretty well, and it's just click on people and kill them.
You are so right. Like it is dive incarnate, but like you've got to pick your targets that you want to dive, and Nico is such an anti-dive tool, being able to E and R and just ult Pop Blossom. It just disrupts the whole dive. Lysandra, you can't dive onto her. I mean, Nefiri just goes untargetable, and Sion, not the best target for a dive either, decimating smashes as you come in. Like, I feel like Team Secret Whales, they've got a great draft into Relove DCG's dive comp. Would you say the same thing, Carrix?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's hard to dive. You're going into a Lysandra, you're going into a Pop Blossom. This is hard to do. Ezreal is really hard to dive. Super slippery, can just E over a wall. Like, if you try and dive the Ezreal and he has E and Flash, he's just gone. It is hard. Ooh, hang on. What are we dreaming of here?
Whoa. Yeah, what's this?
A whole spreadsheet. No, it's a big Team Secret Whales. I got that. So the Oracle is in the crowd. Someone please catch up to that man. He seems to know something.
He's a knower for sure. If you know, you know, and he knows, but we don't. As we hit Summoner's Rift for Game 2 of tonight's best of 5 series between Team Secret Whales, our number 1 seed, and Relove DCG, our number 5 seed, in a grand final matchup. If you recall, back in Split 1 grand final, it was these two teams, and Team Secret Whales were able to handily dispatch Relove DCG in 3, but that mecha skin on that Scion. I love a good mecha skin.
It's not Lumberjack Scion. I'm not interested. It's the only real Scion skin. As the trade's coming in early and often, as Pun a little bit late to lane. Where were you? He was doing something. Scions are always doing something. They're always doing something weird.
He was down on bot side. When we were talking skins and introing the game, we did see him down there. So he tried to get like a little early pressure and then roamed back to top. As Xiaoxi happy to hook shot forward here, try and trade, and barrier popped.
Yeah, just scuffling for the level 2 priority, but the trade goes really well for Team Secret Whales. They get that health lead. Eddie, they just trade summoners. The exhaust was used as well. I really like taking exhaust here as well, because you're the dive target. You need to just, as the Kai'Sa flies in, immediately exhaust. You can't wait for BA to do it for you. Hongshu learning that, Lysandra just kind of not a very interactive matchup. You step up to do cool things, and then she just goes and throws some ice at you.
No, thank you very much. Those ice shards, those rings of frost, but especially that glacial path, so problematic to trade with, especially when that Ahri is just missing the orbs of deception, which is such a significant chunk of her damage. So sometimes it's the fancy feat, sometimes it's the champ diff, but the junglers, they've started on the same sides of their respective maps. They're just clearing their paths. They'll doubtlessly do that normal path, get that scuttle crab before a recall, unless a lane, is under pressure, right? Because sometimes all it takes is an appearance. These two are trading a lot. Okay, all right.
Yeah, they'll be right.
They bait me every time.
Obviously, they do. It always is. That's the way of the top lane. We have fights, but they don't mean a huge amount. It's hard to really kill a Zehen as Scion, because he has so much time to just build up those determination stacks. He'll almost always get the res if you go all in. So Pun, we'll just be trying to catch waves, get those grass procs whenever he can, and sort of just control the Zehen.
And that's exactly it, right? They've both gone grasp, so they both want to be trading as often as they can with each other whenever that is up to get that maximum value. We see Zehen with Doran's shield. We see Pun with the Doran's helmet there. So they're both very sustainable. They're both happy to take these trades, happy to build those stacks of the grasp up. But his toe going for just, I was going to say an invade, but he's not. He's just checking the camps out, right? He's seeing what's up, getting some vision down, and Pop9 heading to that top side. Oh, come on.
Flash burn there by Shousey. Thought they could lock Eddie down with that hook shot. Doesn't really get anything from it. It just maybe a couple hundred HP as this Camille support rears its head again as thinks about it once more.
Nice.
Look, I understand that certain players in the LCK can play Camille support. But when we're talking about someone like Carrier, the champion is not the operative term. It's the fact that it's Carrier. Like, I have not been impressed by this pick outside of one player in the world.
And that's the thing, right? In interviews with Carrier after some LCK matches where he's won, and they've asked him, you know, if people at solo queue at home are looking at this, asking, what can I do as the junglers? They're both here in this mid lane. Oh, the charm lands.
Charm does land D-Ray. Good flash there. Gets away from Pop9. Manages to throw out some CC as well, so his toe can come in. Just going to be a chunk play because they don't have that level 6. If there was a level 6 there for his toe, I think they would have kept going, but it's just going to be a bit of a stabilization. The fact that they did get a lot of damage onto Hongshu means that D-Ray is fairly safe to stay as Dragon pulled. Pop9 has pressed his smite already, but I don't think there's any way they read this. This is a really smart tempo play. They're going to have no idea as D-Ray. Careful.
Yeah, D-Ray almost one more, you know, Q away from dying, is able to collect that wave. And because of that mid-tempo that Relove DCG did get for themselves in that mid-scuffle there onto D-Ray, Pop9 really heads up, rotates down to that Drake, and takes the first Drake of the game. It is that chem tech, so that little extra damage resistance, that little extra tankiness for the side of Relove DCG, and the Dragon stacking has begun. But both teams, we're nearly 6 minutes in. There's no kills, so it's a bit of a slower game here. There's no gold difference. It's maybe 200 there. And it just feels like we're waiting for a volcano to erupt, you know? The elements are there. The lava is boiling, and you just know underneath that it's ready to explode at the next big team fight. And I have to imagine it's not going to be... Oh, Eddie... Great ward there, able to spot that out.
Yeah, they get good damage onto Shousey as well. Pop9 is there dissuading any further aggression as Team Secret Wales just holding steady the ship. It's an early lead, but it's not a big one by any means for DCG. They could set up for a dive here. Bang, how far off level 6 are we? We're quite far off, so we aren't going to have access to that Hextech ultimatum. They should know that Pop9's here. There you go. It doesn't matter. The ultimate's just coming in straight onto BA. He's able to flash and clone away, but it's still a flash burn for, I mean, kind of just a Vi ultimate, really. You take that as Eddie as well is forced super far off the wave. He's just going to have to watch some minions die because he can't walk through as, oh no, his toe knows where Pop9 is, was hatching a ward. The dogs are barking and following. Oh, lovely turn there by Pop9. Interrupts the Nefiri ult, but it just doesn't matter because over the wall comes Eddie, puts up the white flag and suggests parlay.
Suggests, may you not do that again, good sir, because you just gave Eddie first blood advantage as well. Does have that cull, so really nice result in that sort of longer turnaround play for Team Secret Wales. They weathered that storm on the bot side, and the rotation from his toe just pinces Pop9, catches him in an uncomfortable position, giving that kill back over. So I like this play. I liked the proactivity from Relove DCG.
Oh, yes, Dad. Dive cop. It's a dive cop, and they found their pool. Yeah, as soon as that hit, he was dead.
I love that. They're so efficient. You're like, there's not much to cast here. Bear's just dead. And
he's
there
dead.
we go.
Good play there. Good catch there by Shousey.
100%. But I love that, right? Like, we're here to like cast League of Legends and talk League of Legends and be like, yeah, this was a really good play, and oh my god, I can't believe that happened. But sometimes they just blow up.
Ooh, hang on a second. As D-Ray and Hongshu, they're blowing up as there was a fantastic charm to save Hongshu's life as they get a kill kind of just for free there, catching D-Ray too far forward.
Yeah, D-Ray aggressing heavily onto Hongshu, but Xiaoxi on the roam was able to help Hongshu out. That charm, as you called out, saving Hongshu that little bit longer. D-Ray unable to... Oh, flash.
Yeah, they're going to move in onto Eddie, going low. There's the sweep. A flash forward from Fang will claim that kill. Up on the top side, we go immediately into this one. Florid has no stacks of the passive. He does get knocked up. There's a teleport coming in. Grim Deliverance desperately trying to survive long enough for help to arrive. Pun tanks the tower. His toe gets a reset. Just needs to dodge a charm. Does it with fancy feet. As Team Secret Wales fire back, but it's another kill on the bot side in the meantime. And DCG... they're up 1.5k as we crest that 10 minutes.
The bot side is falling apart for Team Secret Wales. 3 kills over to Fang already. This is an accelerated Kai'Sa. This Kai'Sa is online. A 20 CS advantage, a total of 1.1k gold in the pocket of Fang. And that is Relove DCG's entire gold lead here as we do get a replay. It's a great start from Eddie. And the exhaust goes out, but Xiaoxi again can get so far across the rift so quickly.
I think that's Eddie getting a little bit too big for his boots there. You don't know where Xiaoxi is. You don't know if he's going to be able to catch you. I don't think you're allowed to press exhaust or really E forward. It's so tempting when you're playing Ezreal. You're like, I can do cool plays. I can E forward. I can land a bunch of Qs. I'm going to be awesome. They're going to do a TikTok montage of me. And then you do it and then realize, I'm not allowed to E forward this game. I'm only allowed to be backwards.
Yeah, and it will be a TikTok montage of your deaths rather than your super hype plays. As Xiaoxi is probably going to get away from this one. It does have that hook shot up. And this is the power of the Camille, right? We saw it a little bit earlier. Just the angles and the distance that Camille can cover unexpectedly, right? And that's part of the power of Pyke, that's part of the power of Karma and Bard, is they can move so fast across the rift that they can make plays that you're just not expecting. As DCG, they've prioritized this Drake. They're going to get their second one uncontested because Team Secret Wales are just not able to bring team members down to this one. It feels like Team Secret Wales right now, it's kind of like a lose lane, maybe win game through team fighting angle here, because right now DCG's lanes, they're just up. I mean, they've got all the vision control on that bot side. They've clearly gone, we're going to win through bot, and right now they're succeeding, I dare say, very well.
Totally agree. I think the marker of success for this DCG comp, the gold lead is a little bit of it, but it's the dragon count. And it needs to continue. I think if one dragon goes awry, that's when I get a little bit worried for DCG, because this comp stops working at a point. They've picked all dive. This is 5-man go button. Eventually you can't kill Eddie. Eventually Pun is too tanky. If you can get Dragon Soul before that's relevant, as I did just hear the train leave the station, but it's down in the bot lane, never mind. It's always a bit of a jump scare. It's like the Sting when Michael Myers opens the cupboard door.
Did you remember a few patches ago, I think it was last year even, there was a small temporary bug where Sion's ultimate didn't actually create the audio, and they had to fix it ASAP because I think if I recall, like pro players like, they're like, no, we need to hear that. We need to know he's coming.
Still think the greatest audio bug of all time was when Nunu's laugh was global. So you could just walk through the jungle spamming Nunu bot. So it was just ha, 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 ha. The entire app could hear it. And speaking of ha, 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 Pop9 has to run away. Does do it well, though.
Yeah, definitely able to get away from that one. It burns the flash and then the vault. Eddie. Oh.
PE forward.
Oh,
as Nefiri ult going in. They're going to try and turn it immediately around onto Histo. Can't do it. Fang arrives in the fight. There's a lot of damage. They're desperately trying to get away. They can't do it. DCG dominate the fight. They're 3k gold ahead.
They keep finding these picks, they keep finding these fights and taking them. Team Secret Wales just hasn't been able to put together a cohesive fight yet. I really like what Relove DCG is doing. They're using this dive to get picks. There hasn't been a 5v5 fight because Team Secret Wales has barely ever had 5 members alive at the same time. And you look at the vision control, right? Relove DCG, they've got wards everywhere. They know what Team Secret Wales is doing, and that was a beautiful hook shot from Xiaoxi to get this one started. Yes, the exhaust goes down, but it's too little too late. That Ignite doing some serious work there as well. Great use, I want to say here, of the cease and desist from Vi to get over the wall to extend the time to let Feng make it, because Feng on that Kai'Sa pops that ultimate and is able to get halfway across the rift. That killer instinct just proving why it is called that. And we look at that gold diff, it's 3.5k. The grubs are up, the third Drake is up in a minute and a half, and Relove DCG, they're firmly in control at this point, Carrix.
They totally are, as Xiaoxi is able to just walk into the enemy jungle, clear up a ward. Dire takes a huge amount of damage under the tower. And I have to look back at the draft a little bit. So why'd we pick Nico?
So far, Nico hasn't had the greatest impact. It hasn't had the greatest effect on Relove DCG. I still believe that when they come together in these team fights, when they come together for those must-win objectives, that this Nico will find value. The problem is Team Secret Wales need to burn a lot of Relove DCG's flashes before they do that, right? Because if Relove has the flashes when the Peepo goes in for that Pop Blossom, they're just going to be able to get away and then re-engage, and that's not what you want to see.
No, it's not. If you can, if you can catch the engage with the Pop Blossom, that does make some sense. But so far, BA needs to find a little bit more impact. We need Eddie as well, really getting himself on the board. 2,000 gold down in the individual matchup because Feng has just been everywhere, ulting into plays. Xiaoxi, he's safe. He's got that hook shot. He is fine.
And I really like this, right? We're used to... I don't want to say used to, but Xiaoxi had explosive impact on hook champs, but he is so much deeper of a player than just hook champs. And I love that he's able to showcase that here, as he did take his recall, but a deep TP coming through, because Relove DCG, they want to contest this one. They want to stop this straight getting taken.
Oh, BA caught out. Will be able to get the Pop Blossom off. That might be all they need. As the one from one immediately comes in, but Eddie's been caught. Eddie has gone down. This fight's hard to track as Histo has to jump over the wall, but it's DCG hard winning the fight. The shield from the Nefiri. Can he get it done? No. The Foxfires will burn him down. It's just unalive. He'll get yoinked back by Florin, who has the passive charge. They'll dive under the tower happily to claim themselves a Scion if they can. No, can't quite do it. Can they pop that revive? No, they can't. It'll be a dragon for DCG, and they are dominating this game.
Yeah, 4 kills over to Relove DCG as well, and Scion near enough as good as dead. They've found their tempo. They've found the style that works for them in this game, and it is heavy dive. I mean, pre-draft we were talking, oh, it looks like Team Secret Wales has found the answer to this dive comp, but Relove DCG are just getting these angles, right? Pop 9, so patient, even gets spotted out and engaged on early. Pun committing the ultimate there. So he doesn't have that for the rest of this fight. And BA's Pop Blossom, it's only on to 1. If he'd been able to find more members, if he'd been able to burn some of these flashes, it probably would have been a different fight. But if Watson maybes were the reality of the situation, then we wouldn't be here right now. And Relove DCG, they just clean it up. Team Secret Wales lucky to not get 8. What?
Yeah, they're just going again as Hongshu's gone down. In comes the Scion, just trying to arrive to help out as Hongshu is everywhere here. This Ahri is unstoppable.
Yeah, they're just. It's kind of strange how from one game to another, as that Drake is still up, but Relove DCG have the priority. They're getting the Scuttle Crab. They'll get the vision. It's so strange how one team can have such a clean game and then be a completely different team in the very next one, right? Yes, the Nexus hasn't fallen. Yes, this is Team Secret Whales and they are still in this, but Relove DCG are in one of the strongest positions I've seen from any team against Team Secret Whales. Relove DCG are so well positioned to be able to take this particular game. But as you said, Carrix, Sion in the late game can be almost unkillable. Ezreal, if he's allowed enough time, can be impossible to pin down. So I really feel like Relove DCG, they need to put the pedal to the metal here and they need to close this one out ASAP, even if they do have that 6.5k gold lead and have started up the Rift Herald.
And I was sort of saying when we had that discussion, the mark of success, hang on, we'll come back to it, as Shousey could be in trouble. There's the Glacial Path, they blow him up, but they're going to turn it immediately around onto D-Ray. It's a Lissandra ult to save him. Oh no, this could be where it all turns. Even BA managing to flash away, getting Hongshu deeper. Another member falls. It's 4 DCG. It's 5 DCG in trouble as his toes on the hunt. Puts them up. It's an ace. It's a shutdown. And Team Secret Whales never go down.
A 1,000 gold shutdown just went over to his toe. That's a 2-item Nefiri that is doubtlessly about to get their third, securing that. Oh no, they didn't, because the Nashor spawned, Baron spawned, so no
But Shousey's
Rift
just dead!
We don't even have time to break down the previous play, Carrix, because back in live, more people are dying, but here it is again around that Rift Herald. It got started up, but they just collapse on Shousey, just caught out all 5 members of Team Secret Whales, able to take them down. It's 3v5 before Hongshu even shows up with that TP. Feng on the run, Hongshu too little too late against the world with Team Secret Whales, and they just chase them down and away. That's the cohesive Team Secret Whales that we were talking about. That synergy, that communication. They've just cut the gold lead down to 1.5k, and they did go back to that Rift Herald, but unfortunately, Baron, ultimate coming through.
Doesn't quite land, but he's tanky enough that it doesn't matter. Just, you know, able to just surf his way in, just be part of the play. I was about to say the Dragons were what I was measuring success by. Grim Deliverance comes in. They want to go on his toe, but it's a Pot Blossom to hold Florin up. Is this where DCG immediately fight back? Yes, it is. They'll get 2 from nowhere. Now they can go.
I like that. Yeah, I like that. They saw what Team Secret Whales was doing. They came to shut it down. They don't need to get this 4th Drake to get their soul, though I would argue that they could do that in a 3v5, but his toe is alive, and instead they opt for the big purple worm. They want to take this Baron Nashor. They value being able to remove that from Team Secret Whales and that sieging value that it gives them in return, because that Drake, it's up in a minute and a half. They have time to be able to do this comfortably. It's 5v3, and Relove DCG, they win the team fight, they get the Baron, but Team Secret Whales, they're not giving it over for free. They did get that bot side tier 1 turret, collecting that gold, as back in live, they're fighting again.
They are, as this is a Lissandra on the run. Shousey jumping in. This isn't the picture-in-picture, of course. Shousey does get dissuaded, but this is the hand play. Let's have a look at the rest of this replay.
Yeah, obviously Pun here on the back end of that fight.
Hang on a second, but they're
Still
fighting again. As Pun found himself in the middle of the enemy team, but did manage to ride the train out of that one. And thank the observers. Good job. Here's a corpse. Here's another one. Let's draw some chalk around them, and we can call in Mr. Watson and Holmes.
I love, like, I feel like that's Watson. Observers Dr. having... True. But I feel like that's observers having fun, right? Like it's their moment of expression. But speaking of expression, right? His toe, 3 items, has 2.5k gold to his name, right? He's doing everything he can to keep Team Secret Whales in this one. Xiaoxi just hook-shotting forward straight onto D-Ray with that. Look at how much damage he does on his own. Nearly kills D-Ray on this Lysandra before going down himself. Like, you've got to respect this Camille. You can't be underestimated here.
No, it really can't. Panda TP's in, just bonks Xiaoxi's head off and has to get out. But we go back to live, and you were talking about his toe.
Yeah, his toe, but they bonk Xiaoxi's head off again as they're getting ready for this Drake. I mean, it's 5 versus 4. Relove DCG have a lot of work to do. We do see that Hongshu's in that mid, pushing the waves in. But they're not going to contest.
Exactly what they should do.
Give the Drake over.
Yeah, no reason to fight here. Don't fight the 4v5. This one dragon does nothing for Team Secret Wales. This is pure upside. You push a wave in. You don't quite get this tower necessarily. Actually, you probably do. Maybe with the minions, you just shove some wave, use the rest of your Baron buff that you've got a few seconds left on. Good stuff here. No reason to fight there, DCG.
Yeah, I really like the cross-map plays there. They're not, playing to Team Secret Wales' tune. They're playing to their own as they are using this Baron buff. 30 seconds left, 2k gold from it. And at Team Secret Wales, they're on the back foot. They have to defend here because Relove DCG are pushing all the angles. But we take a look at this one, and it's Xiaoxi roaming too far forward, too aggressively, with 3 members of Team Secret Wales just ready and waiting over that wall. So yeah, you've got that mobility, but there's nothing you can do into 3 members who know where you are and know what you're doing. And if we do take a quick look at those items as well here, Carrix, we've got the Malevolence, the Kraken Slayer, the Ginsu's, the Nash's Tooth on Feng there. That's 3.5 items on that Kai'Sa, whereas Eddie, only really 2.5 items, has cracked that arm guard. So that safety, it's still bright blue, not gray, so still has that safety there, a little bit harder to kill, but 237 versus 515 not having the impact you would hope he's having by now.
No, hasn't really powered up on the Ezreal the way we expected. This is an extremely strong champion at the moment. But I like the answer that we've sort of talked about it throughout the game, is that this is just the diviest dive comp. We're starting to see the cracks appear a little bit. If they don't all press their go button at the same time, things do look a little bit ugly for DCG. I think that's where Xiaoxi's getting caught out. Xiaoxi's kind of having to walk up, try and get vision, try and clear vision, and he's the only one in range to press the funny button, as there are lurkers just over that wall, but Team Secret Wales seem to know.
They're wise to these games. They've seen these tricks before. They've played from further behind as Histo patiently waiting. Observer's not giving us any more, but we see with the God Vision that Relove DCG had backed away because it's another 1.5 minutes till the second Baron of the game. It's 2.5 minutes until that 5th Drake of the game. And if Relove DCG are able to secure it, that will be Infernal Soul for them. So Team Secret Wales, they'll want to stop it because that extra damage, that could be the death knell. That could send Relove DCG above and beyond just enough, as the poke coming through from this Ahri really starting to hurt. I mean, Hongshu, 7-1-4, definitely having the sort of better mid lane game here tonight.
Yeah, 100%. He's looking fantastic so far. D-Ray on the Lysandra has landed a few really nice Ws, but overall nowhere near as impactful. Hongshu's just been landing a bunch of raw charms as well, something that you're not meant to hit those, so the fact that he's making them work at this level is very, very impressive. Team Secret Wales do have priority on this bot side. They should be able to set up some vision, but it's Baron that'll be spawning first.
Not the same. I'm like, please, not the same spot again, because like that's where they got Xiaoxi earlier. But Relove DCG, they are positioned on the opposite side. His toe just advancing forward for some poke. But I want to point out that Ahri as well, right? That Ahri in the hands of D-Ray has a 100% win rate. So not only is it great to pick it now, because in Fearless, that means D-Ray is not going to get it for the rest of the series, but to be able to pilot it so well, so effectively against him, just to rub that salt in the wound, just to take that game, is a perfect choice. And I'm glad that it's working for Relove DCG, as they're leaving so much vision control, right? They are preparing for whatever it is that Team Secret Whales is going to do. They're clearing the wards out, they're getting the vision around that Baron, and I have to imagine that they're going to want to show face, they're going to want to be present at this upcoming Drake in 30 seconds, because it will be Infernal Soul for Relove DCG if they can secure it. And Team Secret Whales, surely they want to stop it.
BA has gone very far forward. The Grim Deliverance from Florin will get it started. He has a lot of stacks of that passive. They need to kill him immediately. No, it'll be stacked up. This is a disaster. DCG are going to run over this fight. They pressed the buttons at the same time. Team Secret Whales have been decapitated. Only 2 left alive, and they are limping away. They will eventually cut down. I don't think you bother killing Pump. Let him walk away. Who cares? Go to Dragon. Go to Baron. That's all you really care about. It's all the objectives. It's Soul. It's Baron. It's game 2.
It's Relove DCG taking that team fight convincingly, 3 for none, and it was all off. Oh, D-Ray.
D-Ray is very far forward here, potentially trying to get something done, but really all he's doing is maybe delaying the roam to Baron by a couple of seconds. Nothing super impactful. Team Secret Whales, I mean, I think they're flailing a little bit. They've recognized how far out of their hands this game has gone.
Yeah, as Relove DCG collect that Baron, they now have 3 minutes of the Purple Worm buff with a serious gold advantage. And here's where it all kicked off. Florin just catching BA out. Great little hook there. Ults in. And BA, it feels like he's forced to ultimate, but he doesn't hit anyone with it. Pop 9 able to not be interrupted by that Pop Blossom, and just Team Secret Whales caught, not ready, unawares, if you will, here. And Relove DCG just capitalize on that, and it all kicked off with Florin, who's having a good game, I want to say. Like, I mean, in that particular fight, a great fight, but he's doing well on this Zion. He is where he needs to be at the right time too. And that's Florin. He handles the pressure. He is able to make plays happen, and he's trying to get it here tonight too, because if you win, you go to the grand final. If you lose, you go to that lower bracket, and that's not where you want to be.
No, it is not where you want to be at all. One series away from elimination is always a scary, scary place to be. Team Secret Whales as well have not known the sting of defeat in a long time. Could always get rattled. Not that I think they will, of course, as losing a series is, of course, what I mean. They have lost individual games every now and then. As, I mean, this one, it's a little bit hard to talk about because I do actually think just all the win conditions have been achieved, and now it's just a waiting game.
Yeah, now Relove DCG just need to close it out, right? Because they do have that Infernal Soul. They do have that Baron buff. They're in the same situation that Team Secret Whales was in game 1 when they closed the game out, right? They have every single buff. They have a serious gold advantage. It's just a matter of marching down those lanes and shutting the door, taking that Nexus from Team Secret Whales. But we saw it before, right? Team Secret Whales, they're down, but they are not out. They were able to take a convincing team fight. Yeah, they haven't really won one since then, but they're still able to do it because we're hitting the 32-minute mark now, right? And there's 32 kills in the game. It's 1 kill per minute as BA. It's going to be spotted out by this ward here. DCG, they know this is happening.
They might not, because he doesn't pop up on the mini-map. That's the big thing there. They had to actually look. So there will be a catch onto the Ari, but unfortunately it doesn't really matter because the rest of the team is here. There's a double kill picked up for the Kaiser. Looking really strong. A clever play from BA. Doesn't beat the raw muscle of DCG. The inhib falls. They'll march on towards the Nexus. 3 games remain in this series at maximum, of course, if we're going to go the distance. As Pun is going to get chopped down. A lot of damage coming in. This is a bit of a victory march here for DCG. Oh, Shousey actually cleaned up. I don't think they'll be able to end now. Oh, actually, Eddie going down. The res coming in. They might be able to end just because they did get that kill onto Eddie. No, Hizto respawning. They are going to try and fight back, but look at the healing coming in. Hizto has to use the immunity, but it just doesn't matter when he gets jumped on by the Kaiser. A teleport arriving as well. DCG, they've got places to be. Good pop blossom there, but unfortunately that spell shield from Hongshu means it's not effective onto him. It's Dire with everything to do. It's Dire dead. And there we go. It's a little bit rough around the edges, but a win's a win. And the series is 1-1.
12.5k gold lead. Relove DCG take game 2 of tonight's best of 5 series. Whew, in, I want to say, like, tenuous circumstances, right? It really did feel like Relove DCG had all the tools, had all the pieces to close this one out, and it still felt like Team Secret Wales might have just been able to hold on right up until that Nexus fell, because they are our toughest team in the LCP. They are the team to beat, and this is a fantastic showing from Relove DCG. And it feels like our predictions, our faith in them have been rewarded here as well, Carrix, because all three of us, we predicted at least one game going over to Relove DCG, and they're proving they've got the tools to do it.
They do have the tools. They can really make Team Secret Wales look silly in that game. I mean, some of the damage shots here are pretty funny. You can see how hard Hizto worked to try and get his team over the line, but it was just a super obvious team comp in terms of, not obvious in terms of the draft, but obvious in terms of the game plan. You click on the guy, click on him.
Click and win. But sometimes that's all it takes, right? Sometimes it takes a simple composition done really, really well. We were talking about this on Friday night, right? It's that keep it simple, smarty pants strategy. And when it's in the hands of these professionals, they just are able to pull it off. This Camille, we were talking about it, one of those irregular picks, right? Sometimes when you're into a champion that you're not well practiced against, that you haven't seen too much recently, you're a bit rusty. You don't remember the timings as much. You're not able to move around as safely, and that's exactly what Shousey did with this Camille. He made it a nightmare for Team Secret Wales. They just forgot that Camille can move so fast, can disrupt, and that ultimate got so much value so often, dare I say, significantly more than BA's Pop Blossoms, which just felt off. They barely ever hit more than one.
Yeah, I really do agree. I don't think the Nico made a huge amount of sense. The idea is obviously to catch the dive with the Pop Blossom, but the timing just wasn't there. The champion just isn't in the greatest state at the moment. But the person I really want to talk about is Hongshu. Hongshu on this Ahri, it didn't really matter everything else that was happening on the map. He was just landing the charms. Ahri is a champion where if you hit 85% of your charms, yeah, you win that game.
Okay, but
like,
what if you're Hongshu and you hit like 90? Yeah, 95%.
Then you really win.
But like, can you win more than winning, right? So it's to quote a famous movie, whether you win by an inch or a mile, winning's winning. But I really feel like Hongshu decided to win by 10 miles here, hitting all of those charms. But it's not just Hongshu, it's not just Shousey, it's everybody on Relove DCG, right? They all did it, and they did it together, and they did it well, and they were just able to, take this game from Team Secret Wales. And it didn't feel like Team Secret Wales had an effective answer. The best chance they had was one team fight around Drake Pit where they actually got like nearly aced Relove, and they didn't get another opportunity.
Yeah, exactly. There was that one fight back, as you said, from Team Secret Wales, but it just never really kept going. How are they going to fight back in Game 3? They start off just a draft that makes a little bit more sense. Unfortunately, you've wasted the Ezreal. Lose Ezreal does really suck.
Yeah, and one thing that I think that Team Secret Whales has in their toolkit that they could put the pressure on in Game 3, right, is we have not seen D-Ray on that Aurora yet, right? He is such a weapon on that Aurora. I would love to see them pull that out, regain that momentum, regain that mental positivity to tackle Relove DCG, right? Because sometimes a loss, it can weigh heavily. Sometimes a loss can slow down the train and prevent it from departing that station one more time. So for me, get D-Ray onto Aurora. For Relove DCG, I mean, do you have anything you'd like to see out of them?
Relove DCG, I'd want to see you play through Florin a little bit. Maybe go towards his Gnar, that kind of thing. If you ban out some of the counter picks, maybe you can take it to Pun. He's been on tank duty today.
Yeah, and Florin has proven so effective on that Gnar before, and I personally would love to see him there as well. But we've spoken enough about Game 2. We have Game 3 to look forward to. We'll be right back after this break, because here in the LCP, we're made for this.
Here's an overview of how Coach Comms works. Each team may assign one coach per game, submitted with the starting roster. Coaches can be changed between games. Only a head coach, assistant coach, or analyst is eligible. Sub-players are not allowed. Use of the Coach Comms is optional. Here's how Coach Comms operates during matches. The coach is placed in an isolated room, wearing a soundproof headset to ensure competitive integrity. They may only view the 5-player POVs on stage. No live stream, spectator mode, or external devices are permitted. Each team has 3 Coach Comms uses per game, with 45 seconds per use. Unused users do not carry over. After all users are exhausted, the coach may leave the room. If they leave early, they cannot return. Team members not participating will have access to standard spectator mode for post-game review. Coach Comms has received positive feedback from teams and fans, and adds an additional strategic layer to the game. The feature will be reviewed at the end of Split 2. Stay tuned for more updates.
Em nghĩ team em có thể đứng trong top LCP. Team em khá là đoàn kết với lại sức trẻ nữa, càng đánh càng hay. Chúng tôi sẽ có mặt tại MSA.
Tới sẽ cho máy trực tiếp và tới giới thì họ rất là mạnh, thì các em cũng là sẽ cố đặt niềm tin vào nhau để có thể mạnh ra sẽ vào những lần trước.
Off the map, they do get the rift herald. The flash encore! It's just complete flag and drag follow-up.
Chúng tôi là thời đại mới của LCP.
The mountain charging forward, Doggo is the target. Artemis is getting some damage off.
Khi bước up thì bọn mình cần phải đánh với tâm thế nó đầu tiên phải là tự tin đã, và nó cái tâm lý nó thật là thoải mái, thì khi đó thì bọn mình sẽ đánh đúng với thực lực của mình.
因为我们现在成绩不算特别好。但是我们进季后赛，我觉得我们也能像巨兔一样一下克上。
Hear the chorus of sun and moon, our voices, an untiring hymn against the silence. Do you feel it at last? Long have I circled this world, descending only when the Watchers first stirred. had such hope for you, Void Hunter. Fall to fire! Fall and be silenced. Silence, dreaded herald. Rise with me! Sunfire Eternal! Huh. Providence! Our dance continues, sun and moon in perfect step. Watch as our enemies are undone. Abyssal vermin, I bar you from the heavens. Yeah! As night ordains! Silver moon, your blade fulfilled our ancient plan. This is predetermined. Be gone! A lunar storm gathers. All in my path shall burn.
G'day, cobbers, and welcome back to Game 3 of tonight's Best of 5 series between Team Secret Wales and Relove DCG. We currently find ourselves at 1 game apiece, Carrix, which is so exciting. We've got a series on our hands.
The forbidden words, they've been said. We do have a series on our hands. It's 1-1. We've just got a best of 3. This is what we play normally. It's just a best of 3 with a couple extra bans. As DCG have to be feeling really good in that one. They had a draft prepared. They had a strategy ready to go, and it worked perfectly.
Perfectly is... I mean, they won, right? Yeah, they won. So it absolutely did
about
work
as close
perfectly.
to perfect.
Yeah, exactly. As Team Secret Wales, they go for that first pick, and Relove DCG are on the red side, putting some priority on to those jungle objectives on that bot side there, going for those drakes. You do love to see that. But as you say, Relove DCG, they went into game 2 with a plan. They picked that draft, they put together that composition, and they executed on it very, very well because they won. And it was a bloody game. It was more than 1 kill per minute by the end of it. It was a serious gold lead, over 13,000 gold by the end. So it's interesting if you were to look back at those scores, you would think, oh, this was a blowout of a game. But Team Secret Wales, they kept themselves in it probably up until around 5 minutes before the end, I want to say, Carrix, when Relove, they just really put the foot down and they ran away with it.
Yeah, I think Relove DCG were in control for the majority of the game. A couple of little team fight hiccups here and there did show the class of Team Secret Wales. But the question will become sort of, can Team Secret Wales vary up the draft? I think the big thing is, why is Pun just playing tanks? He hasn't had a bad game by any means. Ornn in game 1, he was really good. He was certainly not the problem in game 2 on the Scion. Scion just doesn't really do anything in that game. But it's Pun. We're Volley Bear, we're Set, we're Carry.
We're big bad top lane, absolutely. And I mean, we were talking about before we went to break as well. We're Aurora for D-Ray. Maybe they're trying to keep it in the pocket, but they need to pick it sooner rather than later before it gets picked away by Relove DCG. And D-Ray just doesn't have that, pick left. We do see that Nocturne and Cassiopeia, they're same bans as games 1 and 2, but Vayne, a new ban. I have to feel like they're trying to protect Pun on the top lane with this one.
Yeah, a Vayne ban, it always screams nah to me. Of course, that's a little bit interesting to ban it against Florin, who likes the nah side of that very much, but it's what that yells to me. It's not always what results from a Vayne ban. As you said, Akali banned out as well. Orianna is still available, has still just gotten through the Fearless so far. Could be an early pickup for D-Ray now that his favored Rise is gone. Junglers also have to be looked at. Things like, I was about to say Skarner, but of course that was gone in support early. So what junglers might we be looking at?
I reckon Jace. We've seen some jungle Jace returning of late. He does have some serious poke with that lethality build. I feel like that could definitely be an option there. We've still got Pantheon as well. That sort of global presence jungler that can be quite effective at turning fights around. We did see Trundle hovered earlier. You know, that just side lane splitting pressure monster, and Lee Sin was the one that you were talking about. You can't let it through. You can't let them have it. So instead of banning it, Team Secret Whales have picked it.
Yeah, I mean, Team Secret Whales had first pick. It was not on them to ban it. So this is a choice by DCG. They have to have 2 priority picks in mind. I do like Rek'Sai. Now, Rek'Sai is a traditional Lee Sin cannon. Of course, Rek'Sai is most likely going to the top lane at the moment. This is not really a jungler anymore. She can, but it's probably a top lane pick. But in fights, the way that Lee Sin and Rek'Sai interact is you wait for the Sonic Wave to land, and then you sit between the Lee Sin and the Sonic Wave and go, do it. I dare you. The second you do, I'm popping out of the ground and you're screwed.
Yeah, and that's it, right? We saw Rek'Sai, I believe it was on Friday night in our knockouts as well, and it was so effective because it was able to trade so aggressively under the tower, could auto you and then burrow, avoiding that aggro from the tower. So very aggressive trader, very sustainable top laner as well. Doesn't really need a lot of help because it's able to escape those ganks. And there's that Orianna you've been talking about. It's been picked up by Relove DCG, and Hongshu actually likes Orianna, has played Orianna 3 times through the regular split, which is more than D-Ray. So I feel like Hongshu has to be happy with this pickup, especially into that sort of really short range bursty Annie that Team Secret Whales have locked in for themselves there in their 3rd pick.
Yeah, and I like this a lot from DCG. They sort of gave up the Lee Sin to get themselves a counter to the Lee Sin and the Orianna. So it was calculated in order to give up. They knew that was going to get first pick. This has not blindsided them by any means. But I agree with you. The answer of the Annie, it makes sense. Orianna is an immobile champion. If you just dump Tibbers on her head, even if you don't get the kill, you just drop it in the wave. Tibbers burns all the minions down and then just follows Orianna around, just bang, punch, 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 punch. It's the most annoying thing ever. You can't get away from him, and he just keeps following you. So not going to be the most fun lane for Hongshu, but obviously has a Rek'Sai will have a great time in team fights.
Yeah, great time in team fights, but yeah, that Annie just popping that Tibbers on cooldown will create so much mid lane priority and pressure that I almost think that's their strategy, right? It opens up the mid lane, it allows the rest of Team Secret Whales to play comfortably and confidently, but we're looking at more of these bans. We do see that AP tower destroyer of Ziggs taken away. That has been banned because they do not want Team Secret Whales having that one. But likewise, Corki taken away from Feng. I like the Corki ban because of the mobility of that Valkyrie, the range with that ultimate. It speaks to me that they want to keep the bot side short ranged, right? They want to be able to land these Nautilus hooks onto whichever AD carry that Relove DCG do eventually lock in for themselves. Rel is obviously going to be able to sort of body block those quite effectively, getting that shield off the W2, but, you know, Renekton taken away from Pun. He's not going to have that slice and dice. He's not going to be able to backline dive.
Yeah, taking away more point-and-click CC makes a lot of sense. The more point-and-click CC you can give a Lee Sin, the happier the Lee Sin is. Makes it really easy to go for dives in the top lane if there's a Renekton. The ban makes a lot of sense, particularly if you're going to pick a Misfortune. Definitely don't want to pick that into Renekton. Able to just, you know, get back, slice and dice. I'd love the center here. Eddie has pulled this out, I think, once so far, and it looked really good. Yeah, I like this a lot. This is a center that is pretty hard to interact, as there's the Gnar as well. If Eddie builds up some range, who's hitting it?
Yeah, because that is a very, very short range composition from Relove. But to answer that, Jace looks to be that jungler that we were calling out a little bit earlier. What junglers are left? Because Jace, with that Shock Blast, and especially the accelerated Shock Blast, can do some serious damage at a long range. One hit on an AD carrier or a mid laner, and it can take you out of the fight, even if it doesn't kill you. But as you say, outside of wait.
This is Jace top.
So
Yeah,
Rek'Sai
it's
jungle
into the
Jace top. Yeah.
I like this. Rek'Sai can still jungle, and she's at the moment she's mostly a top laner when she pops up. But I mean, it's still Rek'Sai. It's still a jungler by trade.
Yeah, I like this as well, because we were reading this as, a top lane pick. So it's that flex pick that might have thrown a small spanner in the plans for Team Secret Wales. And that's the thing with flex picks, right? Suddenly your decision is so much harder. You go, oh, that can do multiple roles. What can we pick in this lane that can answer if either of them rotate in? And suddenly you're up against it. It's not as easy of a composition to build as you previously thought. But Carrix, we are getting ready here for our game 3. We've got Na, Lee Sin, Annie, Senna, and Nautilus on the side of Team Secret Wales, and Rek'Sai, Jace, Orianna, Misfortune, and Rel for Relove DCG. Do you have a favorite draft yet?
I think the thing that I like is that DCG's composition, it's really obvious what they're meant to do. You put circles over cones. Rel goes in, makes a big circle. Orianna makes a big circle, and then you put a cone of a Misfortune ult. It's preschool stuff, and I'm like, preschool comps, they're the best way to play League of Legends in my opinion. If your 3-year-old can figure it out, that you've drafted a good comp.
Yeah, and like you say, that bullet time with all of that lockdown that the Rel can bring is just so much damage. We see a Panda Annie skin coming through. Crime City Misfortune. I love the High Noon skins. There's a new one coming soon as well. There it is. BA with the Subterranean Nautilus. Arguably one of the better ones, Carrix.
That's the best one.
Okay.
Yep.
You heard it here first. Best skin.
It's the best Nautilus skin. It's not the best skin. It's the best Nautilus skin. It's not Lumberjack style.
True.
Speaking of, this is going to be a little bit of a biffo in the bot lane, as Eddie will be happy just to tag the enemy support as much as he can. Just wants to get those souls early on. Lovely dodge there with the heal.
Very
trading.
fancy
This
footwork.
is the souls and souls and souls.
Yeah, trading very, very aggressively. I feel like Relove DCG's bot side is going to have some early advantage into Team Secret Wales because that center is... There's a fight here.
There is a fight. This needs to be very careful as the Mega Gnar is ready. We could see a flash. They don't go for it. Pop9 has cleared bot to top. Florin could try and find a way in with the hammer. Doesn't go for it. He's just going to send Pun packing. Oh, hang on. We have to go straight to the bot lane because the hook has landed into that W. The crash down gets the Rel to safety. We need to go back to the top lane. There is a dive brewing. Pun can't clear this wave out, has no access to Mega Gnar. He just has to just kill himself, I guess.
Yeah, he had no outs there. He was exhausted, wasn't able to start getting that, fury, and just went down. It was great timing from Pop9. We saw him rotating over as we were watching the...
This is another play onto the bot side as Husto has a ride the flash forward from Eddie as well. They get 2 on the bot side. Team Secret Wales make it work.
Relove DCG may have got first blood on that top side, but Team Secret Wales respond immediately, taking 2 on the bot. Goodbye Fang, goodbye Xiaoxi, and it's off the back of some Histo proactivity, but some great trading from Eddie and BA as well. You do take a look at those summoners. BA still has his flash, and so does Xiaoxi, so the supports didn't feel so under pressure themselves that they needed to commit that, so that will come important in an upcoming fight here. But we take a quick look again. BA and Eddie, they're posturing down, right? They're trying to pull Feng and Xiaoxi, and a good hook from BA starts this one off. An excellent E there from Eddie to just chain up Xiaoxi, but Xiaoxi buffers it, right? So isn't stuck, isn't taking free damage. And we just see Histo playing around vision beautifully, waiting in these bushes as BA and Eddie are trying to bait them out from under the tower with their positioning. And here it is, the flash forward, and Histo takes it down. Eddie cleaning up on the back end. You love to see it. It's really, really good. And missed call there. His toe did not flash. I think it was just a ward hop.
Yeah, he ward hop forward, made some fancy plays. Exactly what we want to see out of Lee Sins at the moment as both supports coming. It is always kind of funny the way Rel and Nautilus interact, just because of how their support, their engage is shaped. It's really easy. Rel will go for the crash down or the remount. Nautilus is always able to respond with a hook because she locks herself in an animation. So then they CC each other, but they've both procced aftershocks. They're kind of invincible for a few seconds, and they're just like, "Woo, let's just walk away now, I guess. This was fun. See you in a couple minutes."
Yeah, and I mean, that's the tale of these supports as you've so eloquently laid out here, but we're looking across the rift, right? His toe returning to the top side of his map, and he's doing what a Lee Sin should be doing. He's being aggressive early. He's getting these ganks and fights, trying to turn the tide in favor of Team Secret Whales before Relove DCG has the opportunity to sort of scale up, to level up. But that Senna is the single most powerful, I want to say, scaler in the Rift right now. If Eddie is able to farm those souls, get that extra range, there's nothing Feng is going to be able to do. He's not going to be able to reach Eddie, and that could become quite oppressive in the later games. But right now, Pun needs to worry about the oppression from Florin, who's nearly 15 CS up, using that ranged advantage just to bully him away.
Yeah, that early death, sort of dying as the wave, giant triple stacked wave hit his tower. He's kind of hasn't quite recovered from that yet. Not the most fun there. Clearly they were a little bit caught out by the pivot of the Rek'Sai. So smart stuff there from DCG, but Pun will slowly be able to catch up. He doesn't need to be super accelerated on this pick early on. They just want to play through the strength of his toe to get that early kill, as we saw in the bot side. He will be revisiting as well. They're going to keep this play going. Eddie in trouble. The shield's coming in. Eddie's going to go down. This was a little bit just not well considered by Team Secret Whales.
Yeah, that one felt really strange to me. They had 3 members there. Relove had 3 as well, as Dere looking for a play in the mid lane to get something back. But all 3 members of Team Secret Whales really didn't want that fight. They really didn't want to engage. And so DCG, they just walk forward and get Eddie. So that kill goes over to Pop 9, though. It doesn't put extra gold in the pockets of the bot lane. So they are still at a disadvantage over Team Secret Whales' bot lane. But when your jungler's ahead, that's not necessarily the worst thing here, as Histo on that red buff, gets that ward down, sees Pop 9 has started that Drake up.
Oh, Pun's in trouble as, never mind. Oh. BA lurking in the brush, flashes forward, make sure his top laner is safe. And now there's going to be a smite bite. Lee Sin, doesn't actually pull the trigger fast enough. Lee Sin should always win those, but good stuff from Pop 9, steady fingers. Let's have a look at this play on the bot side.
Yeah, as we go to this bot side fight one more time, there's a lot of posturing here, right? Like, the fight starts out, it's BA into Xiao Si, and Eddie so Misfortune into the Q from Xiao Si, the flash forward from Pop 9. They're just able to get so much damage down onto Eddie that he's not able to flash in time and save himself. It felt strange because his toe was right there, BA was right there, and they just left Eddie to die in that situation.
Yeah, unfortunately, his flash wasn't quite up, so he just kind of was caught out. The fact that they didn't walk the same direction, that there was no aggression from his teammates, just, left him out to dry, as you say, as that is a good fight back here. It brings the gold back to about dead even. It's within 100 of each other, as the only big thing is that dragon for DCG. They'll be very happy they picked up the first one, though it should be answered with the grubs.
Yeah, Eddie here,
Eddie had to burn the flash.
Yeah, and that only just came up off of cooldown, like you said, so they're just keeping Eddie on the back foot. They're just not letting Eddie have these summoners. Feng pressing that early advantage, that damage with that pickaxe, Doran's bow, as well as the longsword, just proving so critical in these engages, in these trades here, because Eddie on the center needs time to scale and currently only has 16 souls. So I imagine that's not at a very accelerated rate right now. But if we take a moment, yeah, 16. If we take a moment, we're at about 200 gold diff, right? It was just even. It's going in the favor of Relove DCG. Relove do have the first rake, but Team Secret Whales got 2 of the grubs. They've left the third one on the rift. They'll come back to that later as he goes for the scuttle crabs. The vision control is there. Oh my gosh.
He's caught. He needs to get a way out of this one. Does flash ward hop, but now Dire caught out. Good flash away from the shockwave. They might be able to try and turn this one around now as Eddie is here, has access. No, the Dawning Shadow has already been used. Never mind. BA stuck in the back of the pit. There's no flash. He just goes for a hook. Can they blow Xiaoxi up? No, they're not going to pull the trigger on it. They'll play this as slow as possible, but BA will just be fed to the wolves. Caught on the wrong side of a wall.
Yeah, nothing he could do there. Didn't have a flash. They were dancing around one another. Relove DCG wanted to play that super carefully, super safe, because Team Secret Whales, they were there. They did have the tools to take 1 or 2 members of Relove. So a very respectful, calm, patient play. And Relove come out ahead there, netting themselves the support of Team Secret Whales. And importantly, they put the gold into Fang, right? They're trying to get their AD gold and fed and ahead of Eddie. So I like that patience. I like the feeding of that gold. And if we do take a look at the gold lead overall, we were just saying how close it was, but now it's about a 1,000 favor for Relove DCG. These topsiders, they're just trading. Florin has found a CS advantage and items starting to come online. Pop 9, the first to complete it, and gets that stride breaker with that activated ability to slow people down in that sort of AoE of it. It's like an AoE cleave that slows. So I like that. You're not able to get away from this Rek'Sai, who is already very, very mobile, Carrix.
Yeah, the other thing you can do, it's a really tricky play, is you actually can hide Shockwave, because it almost looks the same. Sometimes you go in, you have the ball on you, you press Stride Breaker, people react to that like it's the Shockwave, and then the Shockwave comes out. It's crazy stuff. Probably not going to come up, but if it did, how cool would that be?
If it does, right, you can refer back to this and be like, oh there it is, I called it. So that's cool. Exactly the interaction. You're a prophet, Carrix. we do see that.
Go ahead, sorry.
It's okay. So that's the thing, right? Like, because we're remote, it's like, oh, these pauses, oh my god. But that Sundered Sky coming through for his toe, just getting that, sustain that life as BA gets a good engage.
Yeah, they go in. Xiaoxi, nothing he can do there. He's kicked left, right, and center, taken down. They're now down 1 around the dragon. But look at this. It's a huge bullet time. Eddie ripped to pieces. Pop 9 finding the engage. This immobile center being punished.
Absolutely nothing Eddie could have done there. He melted away. Oh, on the top side.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to go anywhere. It always looks pretty fun. As what is going to go somewhere is Dire. These are mobile champions into the Rek'Sai are having a terrible time.
Yeah, this Rek'Sai is just feasting on Team Secret Whales. We were talking about 1,000 gold lead. Now it's around 2k plus. And Relove DCG get priority on this Drake. They're here first. This will be their second of the game. That Mountain Drake just a little bit of tankiness. That Scuttle Crab refusing to die right now. It's starting to heal. Oh, top side.
They take down Florin. Pun, even with Xiaoxi there, is able to find the kill to get something going back in this game. Xiaoxi gets stunned up. Needs to be careful. Could be taken down. No, Pun sees the reinforcements coming, and that will be him falling. He got a little bit too big for his boots there. Fang will be happy with that one. It's another dragon for DCG as well. Let's have a look at how this one went down.
Pun was on a ward. Florin knew he was there. and he still solos Florin down in the face of Xiaoxi. And then this is the extended fight. He starts to get a bit cheeky with it. He gets a bit confident because he's able to apply a lot of damage, but Feng responds. He saw that Xiaoxi was keeping this fight going, or doubtlessly there was some communications, and because you're on Misfortune, you are fast. You're able to get to lane very, very quickly. Feng's also secured that Bloodthirster, so just increasing that survivability, that trading power on this Misfortune here in the face of, frankly, a very behind Eddie on that center, because Relove, they're looking for engages. They're looking for fights at every opportunity. And the top 3 gold earners are Relove DCG. As I say that, it obviously changed to his though, but like they're commanding lead here with this gold. They also, in the midst of all of that, got the second Drake of the game. So they're Drake stacking. It's on a roll.
They're super far ahead. There's really no other way to put it. Feng is absolutely massive in this game. Already has that Bloodthirster completed, has cashed in a Cull, has a Dirk ready to go. Eddie nowhere near that, just has those Hex Optics. Is stacking souls at a reasonable rate. 26 at 15 minutes is not terrible by any means. Going against a melee support has obviously helped on that front. But it's always interesting talking about Senna. Like, yeah, if the game goes super long, souls make her completely uninteractable. But because it's not fasting Senna anymore, you don't get super huge amounts of souls unless you like do really clever jug, which we don't often see. Team Secret Wales will get the consolation prize. They'll get a Rift Herald here. It's like there's no real interest in contesting that from DCG.
Yeah, Relove DCG know their objectives. They know that it's the Drakes. They're happy to give over the Rift Herald. They're happy to give over the Grubs. I mean, they're just not that overly... Oh, Hongshu, though.
Just gets a kill. In comes his toe. Does land the spells. Will be able to walk out. Pop 9 in trouble as well. One more auto attack should be enough. A shutdown to pun. A Rift Herald summoned up his toe. You have to find some fancy feet. He gets in the car and he skeets out of there. Off we go. I'll see you later, buds. He can drive this to mids.
Yeah, suddenly they do care about giving the Rift Herald over to Team Secret Wales because Histo is able to use it to escape from what was certainly his death. Team Secret Wales, they've cut the gold lead down to 1,000 now, and the Rift Herald, Shelly, she's looking at that mid-tier 1. No, wants to fight Feng and does not get a charge off. Feng netting that little bit of extra gold, but a great sequence of plays there. Team Secret Wales getting the better on the top side and the bottom side, and we've seen it before, we'll see it again. They're not down, they're not out right now. So this is just the top lane and support, and they see Pop 9 jungling, while the rest, there was 3 members of Relove DCG there. 2 of them just left. Pop 9 was left to the wolves.
Yeah, just assuming that he'd be able to tunnel over a wall, but was not close enough. Just gets caught out. D-Ray's on a really deep flank here. They're going to go under the tower. Hongshu's in a lot of trouble. Stunned up. Can they actually find the damage? So far, the answer's no, but it's a Meganar into the wall, into the 2-man wall at the tower. Falls as another stun from D-Ray. This is Team Secret Wales getting things back on track. Xiaoxi will fall. DCG chased away from the bot side. The only consolation prize is Florin picking up this top lane tower.
Yeah, and even then the TP is coming through. Won't save the tower, but will force Florin back as Pun
he has the hell shield.
In his face.
Yeah, he's going to go forward. There's the hop. He can't go mega, and the boomerang missing does dissuade him from the chase. But he'll catch the wave. He'll push that back out. Team Secret Wales, they bring the gold back to dead even.
That's it. They were at a slight gold advantage even after netting those 2 kills, but Florin getting that topside tier 1, able to bring that gold to even, but this is still not where you want to be. The 3rd Drake of the game up in 20 seconds because Relove DCG, they were at around 3.5k gold up just a couple of minutes ago. So Team Secret Wales, they've found a way back into this one, and it's through team fighting. They're just bringing more members to these fights, and they're using this advantage to win against Relove DCG. And right now, they're vying for priority on the 3rd Drake that has just spawned. They're there first. They have the vision. Relove DCG needs to play into them. And Team Secret Wales, they like these odds.
I don't blame them as the Dragon is going down fairly quickly. Dragon is secured. DCG are going to try and turn this into a mid lane take. Can Team Secret Whales find an angle, get in to prevent it? There's a hook, lands onto Xiaoxi, but it's only the sport. Pun is ready to go mega. The tower falls. Dawning Shadow puts some shields over the top. But I think DCG have dissuaded this one. They'll get out of the play. Oh, never mind, as they'll dive back in. Xiaoxi gets it done. It's a huge nah! Pun finds 3! They clean them up. Pop9 gets 1 in return, but 1 is not enough. The mid lane tower will fall, and Team Secret Whales, you are class.
They found their fight. That ult from Pun was everything. They were able to take 4 members of Relove DCG and crack this mid lane wide open. They got the tier 1. They'll get the tier 2 and reset and spend that well-earned gold here, Carrick. What was a dead even game a minute ago has just blown out to a Team Secret Whales lead, and it's off the back of this engage, right? So BA is in the face of Xiaoxi, not letting him come through. Xiaoxi thinks he has an angle, right? Relove DCG, they're retreating. It's still 5v5, and Xiaoxi does try and get onto Eddie, but Eddie is able to flash away, and immediately Pun shuts down the bullet time, preventing the damage and stunning 3 members, and just ends it right there. It was just Team Secret Whales needing to clean that one up, Carrick, because that was beautiful. Hang it in Le Louvre.
Exactly. Take the Mona Lisa down. It's outdated. I want Pun up there, as they are going to try and go in onto Pun. He is about to go mega, but there are a lot of members of DCG here. Gets another Nah into the wall. There's a Tibbers layered on top. Can they save him? No, they can't. DCG get their revenge.
It was a good play. Pop9 even smiting to slow Pun down, just ensuring Pun died there, but getting 1 back for so much effort, so many members committed to that top side. It feels like they're scrambling for these kills, right? But again, we're 20 minutes in, the Baron's up. It's only a 1,000 gold difference right now, so relatively negligible, I dare say. It is 13 kills over to Team Secret Whales, 9 to DCG. That's 22. That's more than a kill a minute. These games so far, Carricks, have been accelerating in just how bloodthirsty they are and how much of a bloodbath they do become, no matter how quiet they start off. But if we do take a look at those items, we see that Feng has 2. We see Hongshu on 1.5. Actually, yeah, D-Ray on 1.5 as well. Everyone's around that sort of 2-item mark. We could see thirds coming through after the next big fight, and that could be the Baron or the 4th Drake in a little under 2 minutes.
Yeah, I think it will be the Drake looked at next, is my word. Pun is having a game. Those are some funny damage charts as Hirsto walking for Xiaoxi doesn't land the stun. The hook goes wide as well, so a fight averted. As both teams really overloading this side of the map.
I mean, all the visions down here as well, right? We've got DCG vision, we've got Team Secret Whales vision. There's just none anywhere else except the Baron Pit from Relove DCG, and that vision control is so critical, right? We take a quick look at the summoner's vision, the support's vision scores, and you can see BA is nearly a full 20 vision score ahead of Xiaoxi, which tells me that he's putting more wards down, he's clearing more wards, he's giving that vision advantage over to Team Secret Whales, so they're able to see Relove DCG coming, they're able to make those proactive plays and pull the trigger with that information advantage, Carricks. And sometimes that's all the difference. Sometimes you see this a lot with Nocturnes, but Nocturne's not here right now. It's just more important as Florin does get that bot side tier 1. Pun goes in.
Pun goes in, gets chunked down, but of course had Meganar building, so wasn't too worried. It's just going to be a trade of wave states at the moment as Hongshu comes in with the teleport. He'll inherit the side lane duty while the Jace goes back. Oh no, Pun, way too early to jump forward to clear that wave. Just gets punished. This is 10 seconds before Dragon. They can't fight anymore.
I mean, thankfully, it's not overly critical, right? Because this is only the third Drake for Relove DCG. Yes, it's not ideal. Yes, you don't want to give advantages over to your opponent, but it's not like it's Soul. It's not like it's Baron. It's still okay that Pun died. You don't want it to happen, but it does chip away at TSW's advantages, right? It weakens their bot side. It cuts the gold lead down. D-Ray, though, doing everything he can on this top side to try and get this tier 1, but Annies aren't really known for their ability to take turrets here, Carrix, and Pun, he's been called out twice now. He just needs to play a little more respectfully, I reckon.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Pun and Respectful sort of not near each other in the dictionary, as Xiao C is just getting harassed with Histo joining the fight. It'll get a bullet time out. Baron on the map means, you know, it's one big ultimate down. I don't think it's going to be any snap calls or anything like that. But still, Feng, much less threatening without that R button.
For sure. They've probably got a good 60 seconds before they need to worry about that one again. We take a look at the state of Summoner's Rift right now, though, Carrix. It's still only a 1k gold lead. It has been for a few minutes now. Relove DCG doing a great job at stemming the bleeding, preventing Team Secret Whales from pulling away from them. Items, we're still in that sort of same situation. Top side, though, we do see Florin has picked up that Serpent's Fang, that sort of shield shredding item, and that Black Cleaver coming through for Eddie, securing sort of that half item advantage over Fang. So I feel like Team Secret Whales would be happy if the fight were to break out right now, but Florin would have so much impact having 3 lethality items and that the shield shredding. It's just a case of who has what resources. Team Secret Whales has every single ultimate. Relove DCG, they only have 4 out of 5, and arguably the one that they're missing is one of their biggest 2 characters. We're just trying to get priority in these lanes. We're just shoving waves.
Yeah, we're just ping-ponging back and forth. Something to keep in mind is Eddie has actually pulled slightly ahead in itemization. Has already completed that 3rd item. Feng will no doubt be 1 reset away from his. He does have all the components, just farming for the actual recipe cost. But will he get a reset in time, or will Garm sort of put the pedal to the metal and potentially force around Baron?
I mean, they do have the vision control. They do have the presence. There is a ward from Team Secret Whales that is spotting them all. It's just being cleared. And BA going down to this Drake as Pun very far up on this bot side, really trying to drag some members of Relove DCG away, cracks that crystalline growth and nets that gold. Boomerang missing, so will back away. Doesn't see a window of opportunity to go for Florin, but Florin still in hot. Oh, I was going to say still in hot pursuit, and then immediately backs away.
Yeah, I think just wanted to make sure that Pun actually left. Wanted to keep track of that Gnar. That is obviously something that we have to start looking really closely at. Is Gnar rage management? Needs to be arriving to fights with basically a full Gnar ready to go. Every time you arrive to a fight already exhausted, you do feel a little bit useless on Gnar.
Yeah, you do. It's really, really hard to be sort of an active or strong participant in those fights if you are exhausted on that Gnar. You have to play slow and methodical, and sometimes your opponents don't want to let you do that. But 4 minutes later, the gold lead is actually getting cut down. Relove DCG, they've cut it down to 500 gold here from Team Secret Whales, and this feels like an unusual position. Normally when Team Secret Whales is ahead, they start to snowball that lead. They start to run away with it. Whereas Relove DCG, they've managed to stifle that. They've managed to stem the bleeding whilst this war for vision control is ongoing. BA is just putting wards everywhere, sweeping everywhere. Xiaoxi trying to do the same in kind, is even catching up in that vision score. So you love to see that work as Histo looking for an angle in the mid here, won't find it. And BA engages on Xiaoxi one more time.
Yeah, Pun on the side is actually in a lot of trouble. We'll have to come back to that half of the fight as Florin is chunked out. There's a sonic wave on him. He will go down. Bullet time is really good to just cut off the angle. And as we said, Pun was in trouble. Pun has gone down. 1-for-1 at the moment. Team Secret Wales, they're on the wrong side of the tracks. Just need to hide in the brush. They need to make sure that D-Ray gets out. The least mobile could potentially get caught, but no, they extricate themselves from that one. And it's just going to be the 1-for-1, but it is DCG with pride of positioning around the Dragon, and this is the one that Team Secret Wales isn't allowed to give up.
Yeah, they have to fight this one. It will be a 4v4. Florin will hit the rift earlier than Pun, even if it is only 3 or 4 seconds. Chassis, so much patience.
No. There's a two-man engage there. BA is in trouble. His toe was able to get over the wall, but the Nautilus was not. And oh, over the wall, Chassis goes again, but immediately burning Eddie's flash. This is dominant stuff coming out of this rel. Teleport comes in. There's the Jace. It's only a few seconds, but it's relevant time. Nah will be joining as well. Both top laners with a big shield. Pop9 is already on the Dragon. We need to get his toe close. His toe must have vision. His toe must be able to play. There's the control ward in the pit. Lee Sin can steal. He has that execute from the Sonic Wave. There he goes. He's in the pit. It's going to be a smite fight. It's secured by Pop9. It's soul. It's kills. Team Secret Wales. They lose everything.
It's almost a clean ace over to Relove DCG. They take the Drake, they get Soul, and now they're marching down the mid. They're TPing. This is their moment, Carrix. It's going to be a 5v1 for another 20 seconds. Can BA on the Nautilus, the support of Team Secret Wales, stand alone and hold off Relove DCG, looking to take game 3 and put themselves on match point?
Can't clear the wave. He was desperate to do it. The towers are gonna fall. DCG, they have Team Secret Wales on the ropes. One game from the lower bracket, and what a performance from this PCS side.
This is a fantastic showing from Relove DCG. They are the lone PCS team here in the knockout stages against 3 teams from the VCS. And this is the best team in the LCP. This is our #1 seed that we're looking at right now. This is Team Secret Wales. And Relove DCG, they've come into the knockout stages as our 5th seed, which is just absolutely phenomenal performance from them. And it just goes to show sometimes how little that sort of seeding number matters, right? What matters is your performance on the day. What matters is when you're leveling, when you're scaling. And this team has just been scaling all split long, and look at the damage. It does not lie. Every single member of Relove DCG almost outdoing their opponents. Only Pun on the Nah really putting up bigger numbers.
Yeah, I mean, Pun, I think, had a few really good moments on the Nah, but unfortunately was just getting caught out in the backside. And the big story here is Histo did nothing on Lee Sin. The Rek'Sai counter was just right there, ready to go. And I've got to say it, DCG so far are just not just outplaying, they're outthinking Team Secret Wales.
Yeah, out-drafting Team Secret Wales is quite an achievement, as well as 31 kills in 30.5 minutes, right? So still keeping up that tempo, still keeping up that deadly pace of games that we know and love in the LCP here. It wasn't the greatest start for Relove DCG. They did get the first blood, but then gave 2 over to Team Secret Wales. But importantly, they kept within touching distance all game. Around the midpoint, Relove DCG, they got ahead. And seriously, they were 3 or 4k ahead. Team Secret Wales were then able to find their way back in, and they got about 1 to 2k. But it's the resilience from Relove DCG for me. It's that we're down, but we're not out kind of energy. They were always making plays. They were always proactive and willing to go toe-to-toe with Team Secret Wales, and you can't not do that in these games that matter so much, Carrix.
Exactly. They just back themselves, which I love. DCG was constantly on the front foot, just calling the shots. Eddie had no impact in this game. His toe had very low impact. D-Ray, I think he had a couple of decent stuns, but overall, nothing to really write home about. The only Team Secret Whales members that really showed up to play were BA and Pun. Some of the engagements were fantastic. The follow-up just simply was not there. And DCG, not only are they on match point, I think right now they're clearly the better team on the day. They have to be favored to take it.
I mean, when you are on match point, I think it makes natural sense that you are favored to take it. I think that's a fantastic point and a call right there, Carrix, because, I mean, we find ourselves in an unusual position. We find ourselves with Team Secret Whales not seriously winning a series, right? They haven't dropped a series all split long, and right now they're on the ropes. They're one game away from doing that. So I feel like they really need to bring out the best of the best that they possibly have. I feel like there's no more time, no more room for any happy games, as they like to use in the LCK for T1. It's now or it's never. If they lose here, they get knocked to the lowers, and DCG goes to the grand finals.
Exactly, and I think Team Secret Whales are a class team. I think they have what it takes to bring us to Silver Scrapes, but DCG, what a glow up.
Absolutely, you are so right. A glow up of the split, but we'll be right back after this break with Game 4, because here in the LCP, we're made for this.
Here's an overview of how Coach Comms works. Each team may assign one coach per game, submitted with the starting roster. Coaches can be changed between games. Only a head coach, assistant coach, or analyst is eligible. Sub-players are not allowed. Use of the Coach Comms is optional. Here's how Coach Comms operates during matches. The coach is placed in an isolated room, wearing a soundproof headset to ensure competitive integrity. They may only view the 5-player POVs on stage. No live stream, spectator mode, or external devices are permitted. Each team has 3 Coach Comms uses per game, with 45 seconds per use. Unused users do not carry over. After all users are exhausted, the coach may leave the room. If they leave early, they cannot return. Team members not participating will have access to standard spectator mode for post-game review. Coach Comms has received positive feedback from teams and fans and adds an additional strategic layer to the game. The feature will be reviewed at the end of Split 2. Stay tuned for more updates.
Tôi nghĩ team em có thể đứng trong top LCP. Team em khá là đoàn kết với lại sức trẻ nữa, càng đánh càng hay. Chúng tôi sẽ có mặt tại MSA.
Tới sẽ cho máy trực tiếp và tới giới thì họ rất là mạnh, thì các em cũng là sẽ cố đặt niềm tin vào nhau để có thể mạnh ra sẽ vào những lần trước.
Off the map, they do get the rift herald. The flash encore! It's just complete flag and drag follow-up.
Chúng tôi là thời đại mới của LCP.
The mountain charging forward, Doggo is the target. Artemis is getting some damage off.
Khi bước up thì bọn mình cần phải đánh với tâm thế nó đầu tiên phải là tự tin đã, và nó cái tâm lý nó thật là thoải mái, thì khi đó thì bọn mình sẽ đánh đúng với thực lực của mình.
因为我们现在成绩不算特别好。但是我们进季后赛，我觉得我们也能像巨兔一样一下克上。
Hear the chorus of sun and moon, our voices and untiring him against the silence. Do you feel it at last? Long have I circled this world, descending only when the Watchers first stirred. Mark and fracture! I had such hope for you, Void Hunter. Fall to fire! Fall and be silenced. Silence, dreaded herald. Rise with me! Sunfire Eternal! Huh. Providence! Our dance continues, sun and moon in perfect step. Watch as our enemies are undone. Abyssal vermin, I bar you from the heavens. As night ordains! Silver moon, your blade fulfilled our ancient vow. This is predetermined. Keep on! A lunar storm gathers. All in my path shall burn. The eclipse consumes! The moon is stained red this night. Pierce through it! Fall! My eclipse is rageful as righteous! You betray existence! Is it inevitable that our paths diverge, Golden Sun?
Look at the grind, this type of hustle is hard to find. Look at the time, all of my winning is stacking the passion of living the prime. I do not mind it, giving them L's, right on their tail. The question is if you gon' pass or fail. I need a ring that blings and
Carrick's, already some of our predictions are wrong. Some of us predicted 3-1 Team Secret Wales to DCG, but DCG, they heard us, mate. They decided, nah, not tonight. We're gonna potentially 3-1 Team Secret Wales instead. It's the Uno Reverso.
Yeah, they have flipped this on its head. No one really believed in them. I suppose you believed in them to get this far, but still had faith in Team Secret Wales to close it out. I've got to say, even though I thought DCG was going to come in, I thought they were going to look competitive, I thought they were going to win a game, I didn't think they were going to look comprehensively better than Team Secret Wales, and frankly, they have.
Yeah, I didn't think Team Secret Wales was going to be beaten like this by Relove DCG. I mean, yes, my potential prediction of 3-2 is still, possibly accurate, but if that happens, this is going to be, a partial reverse sweep. It'll take us to Silver Scrapes. It'll be 5 full games, and I have to imagine Relove DCG do not want to let that happen here and now because, like we said, they're on match point. They've won 2 games out of our best of 5 series tonight, and Team Secret Wales has only won the 1. But I think Relove DCG, they need to get some good bans. They need to ensure that they prevent D-Ray from getting a comfort champion, and I can't help but keep looking at that Aurora. It is still up, and he has performed exceptionally on it all through the LCP.
Totally agree. Aurora, I'm not sure why she's being so slept on so far. Just hasn't really fit the comps, I suppose. But I think it could have worked last game. Really, if they put some pressure towards the mid lane. But the story, I think it has been draft, but it hasn't so much been about like champion tendencies. It's been about just baiting and outsmarting from DCG. They leave the Lee Sin up and just go, yeah, but we just kind of remember that Rek'Sai beats Lee Sin. Everyone else has seemed to have forgotten, but no, we remember. You can't play. That's not actually a playable matchup.
And that's what you were saying in game 3, right? You were saying it's intelligent drafting. You were saying it's smart gameplay. And I really love DCG. They've shown that they've got that built in. They clearly know, they're clearly comfortable with getting these, I want to say off meta picks, because Rek'Sai, not high in the meta. We saw her, I want to say on Friday night, and now we've seen her again. So maybe the LCP's bringing Rek'Sai back from the void into the meta here. But yeah, it's just that smart pick, that smart drafting that Relove DCG is doing. And these bans are coming through as well. We're deep into Fearless now, Carrix, and that's why there's so many banned already.
Yeah, Akali will still not be allowed onto the Rift. Lucian and Varus as well. So we're going pretty deep in the ADC pool at the very least. Corki stocks are pretty high right now. Bard, of course, has been left up. A strong support that doesn't lock you into any kind of draft. He can do whatever he wants.
Go wherever he pleases, do whatever he wants. I like this first pickup. It's one of the strongest supports that is still up and available on the Rift. As Team Secret Wales, though, they're toying with this Caitlyn. We've seen Eddie on Caitlyn before. It does currently have a positive win rate, and that's some serious range. And pairing it with the Elise Carrix.
I was going to say, that is the other ADC that is up. It is the Caitlyn. Eddie can be a real bully on the bottom side. Ooh, can we get a lore matchup? Do we get the Jinx? That's a champion that has not been picked in pro play for a long, long time. Could be an interesting one into the Team Secret Wales bot lane.
Yeah, the last Jinx I remember in pro play was T1's
Locked in, okay.
Locked in, yeah. So it's good. We'll get to see Jinx on the Rift tonight. We'll see if Relove DCG, because typically Jinx is in those protect the president kind of meta comps, right? She can scale and become overwhelmingly powerful once she gets that first kill, and then it's up to Relove DCG to just protect her, prevent Team Secret Wales from getting onto her to enable that, getting excited that she has in that passive. So I really look forward to what comp Team Secret Wales want to put together with that. I mean, Twisted Fate being able to global, get that stun down, could shut her down for long enough for the traps to be laid, for Elise's stuns to come through the sea. There it is. There's the D-Ray Aurora.
Well, that is an exciting one. We've been talking about it. Team Secret Wales, they love the Aurora. They've been holding it, hiding it until a Jinx was picked. That is sort of easy pickings for an Aurora. Can definitely get onto something like a Jinx unless the peel is excellent from DCG. But with an Elise already there as well, Fang's got his work cut out for him.
Yeah, look, this Team Secret Wales comp already looks like it knows exactly what it's going to do, and it's going to kill Jinx, and they're going to try and kill it fast. Interestingly, though, Pantheon, fantastic at the peel, has the stun, has that shield, is able to turn the numbers in favor of Relove DCG with that ultimate. But I want to point out, right, D-Ray was toying with Twisted Fate as his pick for that mid lane, and then they ban Twisted Fate away because they go, oh, no, wait, Twisted Fate could actually be good into us, and we don't want to give Relove DCG 2 champions with globals. That said, though, Galio is still up, right? Not the greatest pick into Aurora, but still has that global.
It's not the greatest pick into Aurora, but it can sort of gracefully lose lane and then potentially get things going later on. I think the bigger problem with Galio is actually into Caitlyn, because you know where he comes down from his ult. It's in the middle. Put a trap. Then he comes down and gets trapped. It's not very fun. Always fun. I play a lot of Caitlyn, or at least I used to, so I'm always thinking about Caitlyn traps.
Shout out Caitlyn mains for real, as we do see that Zoe banned away.
I played her top
Trundle and Oh, you stinky. You stinky.
Yeah, I was horrible. I was a bad person.
People are like, oh, Vayne top. Ew, imagine a Caitlyn. Oh my God. We do see some of those bans come through though, right? So we saw the Zoe ban, we've seen the Trundle and the Shen ban. I really like the Shen ban. He can be an extremely disruptive top laner. He has that survivability. He also has that sort of global presence too. So they're just removing these tools from Team Secret Whales to respond to Relove DCG's very fast composition, right? They're going to be able to move across the rift very, very quickly here, and they're removing the tools for Team Secret Whales to respond to that.
And what I really like is that they've picked two forms of point and click CC to get Jinx excited. You pick someone, whether it be an Elise, whether it be an Aurora, you go, all right, we're going to press W on that one. The Jinx is going to get an assist at the very least. Better if she gets a kill. She's going to get an assist, and then she's going to run real fast. She's going to charge down Team Secret Whale. She's going to make it happen. Again, I keep going back to it. DCG are picking the paint by numbers comp, and I'm telling you, it's a lot easier.
Yeah, look, they've just picked up Mel as well. And judging by the composition, that's a Mel in the mid lane. So, Pun's picked up the volley though. Okay, we know Pun on this volley. He can be scary. He needs to run over that top lane to change this game. But Mel in the mid lane, such a strong AP champion too. I really like Relove DCG's draft here, Carrix.
Yeah, I love what they put together here. I think the only big question mark for me is I just haven't seen Jinx in so long. I just don't know if this champion is good at the moment. But they've got a lot of appeal for it. They've got a good method to get her excited. It's hard to play into the Mel for this competition. Really, the only one that can sort of ignore it, obviously, is the Olaf. Just pop the Ragnarok and run. Everyone else has to play around those slows. Volibear, look, Pun is a wizard on the champion. If anyone can make it work, he can make it work. But I don't really know how he interacts with this DCG team.
Yeah, but I mean, backs against the wall, right? They have to get these picks that they're good at, that they're comfortable on. That's why D-Ray has gone that Aurora. That's why Pun is on that Volibear. We've seen them use both of these champions to absolutely devastating effect previously in the LCP. And I mean, Relove DCG, they're on match point. Team Secret Whales find themselves in an unfamiliar position. They're one game away from losing a series here, and they have to piece it together. They have to crack the nut that is Relove DCG. They have to get through the team fighting. They have to get through the smart plays that Relove DCG are presenting into Team Secret Whales right now. Because if they can't beat Relove DCG, it makes it concerning heading to MSI as well, right? This is our best team, and we need to be able to put forward something really, really strong.
Yeah, it's called Relove DCG. They're looking really strong. I'm excited for this. If they can close this out, if we can avoid silver scrapes, that would be incredibly exciting. Relove DCG would, of course, be booking themselves a place in the finals. It would be, I mean, one half of last split's finals confirmed. Team Secret Whales, they would have to fight their way back, something they're not used to doing.
Yeah, they're not used to doing it, but they have been getting some practice of late, right? We were talking about just last weekend, I think it was Friday even, where we saw Team Secret Whales, they shifted up their style. They were playing the slower game. They were willing to play from behind. They were willing to have to fight to come back into this game. Now, Relove DCG, though, I don't think that's a team that you want to play from behind against. You want to get ahead of them early, and you want to stay ahead of them. You can't open the door, not even a sliver, not even a crack, because Relove DCG, you give them an inch and they will take a mile. And that feels like exactly what's been happening here tonight. Team Secret Whales, normally, like we saw in game one, are so cohesive, so synergistic, effective at their communications, no matter the complexity of the composition. And it just feels like it's fallen away in the face of Relove DCG in game 2 and game 3.
And I'm just sort of thinking it through as where things have gone wrong for Team Secret. Has it been a consistent player? No, not really. It hasn't been the same players in both of the games that they've lost. Has it been the draft? Yeah, that's been kind of consistent, but I think that's a little bit true here as well. It has been a little bit of map play as well. Obviously, there's a little bit of delay getting into game here, so we get to talk about all of these things. If Team Secret Wales is going to come back in this one, Logan, what are the win conditions? There we go. All you have to do is complain and you get in game.
Huzzah! But I still want to talk about the win conditions, right? As we are on the Rift for Game 4 of tonight's Best of 5 series, but I really think it's actually going to be through D-Ray on this Aurora, or it's going to be through Pun on this Volley Bear. Like, we've seen them be absolute monsters, absolute superstars on these picks, and I have to believe, I have to have faith that they can do it again, and I just frankly think that's their condition. I think they need to... it's almost so obvious that I'm like, oh, do I explain it? Kill Jinx, right? Like, kill Jinx, win game. That feels as easy as it needs to be here, Carrick.
BA takes an early chunk there. They do need to be careful. I wonder when the last time they really scrimmed against a Jinx was. Always an interesting thing to keep in mind. That said, it is still a Caitlyn lane. They haven't got the level 1 push in their favor super well. The Fishbones is really good for that, just having that AoE auto attack, even if it does burn your mana a little bit. And, stunned up as well. Eddie will hate that one, but this should still, Team Secret Wales bot lane should be able to play very aggressive. Maybe not level 2, but around level 3, level 4.
I was going to say, Relove DCG are trading very well, very heavily into Team Secret Wales, and it just makes me think of the game, 2 and game 3, where it feels like Relove DCG have forced Eddie to be the one that has no impact in the game, right? They have gone, we can beat this bot lane. We just need to apply as much pressure as possible, as often as possible. Like the time that Eddie got caught out by Chelsea on the Rel when it was a 3v3 situation.
Ooh, it's a lot of damage going in. The Bard has already fallen. The flash forward and the Spider gets 2.
Is that a reverse caster curse, Carricks? I was just like, they've identified Eddie as the weak point and they're forcing the point and they just turn it around and get first blood in the double.
Yeah, that is the power of this lane. So aggressive. The damage that can come out is disgusting. As Pun, he's behind the tower. Comfort zone achieved. Let's have a look at the replay.
Yeah. Exactly, he's already proxying as it comes off the back of this stun from BA just right onto Chelsea. The ignite as well, nothing he could do. Fang tries to get damage back onto Eddie, then turns onto BA. So it's like splitting that damage just meant that I think that Jinx was unfortunately never going to get that kill. Does pick up the cull and now Eddie has the pickaxe advantage. So those autos are going to be hitting that much harder. Pop 9 though, on the roam, has been spotted on the ward. Team Secret Wales know that Pop 9 is there. It's important for BA to get back to lane as fast as possible. And I have to imagine Chassis's gonna try and stop this. This is dangerous.
Yeah, the tricky part here is for BA actually linking back up with Eddie. Pop 9 will walk forward. They have to play around the repel, times it perfectly. The stun won't land. I don't think we can go under tower anymore. There's too much damage bit dealt back. Oh no, we can if Eddie gets stunned. Good 90 caliber net, gets himself back, but now D-Ray is here. Pop 9's in a lot of trouble. There's a magical journey to try and get him out. He jumps over the wall with the W. They're going to try and turn in onto D-Ray, but Fang cannot participate in this fight. D-Ray has to flash over the wall. It's going a little bit weird. There's a kill from Eddie. He lands the net, bags a Bard.
And Hong Su was rotating down as well. If that fight had gone any longer, it would have been 4 members of Relove DCG on the bot side. But Team Secret Wales, they're 3-0 right now. They're 1.5k up, and it's only 4 minutes in the game, Carricks. Where was this Team Secret Wales in game 2? Where were they in game 3? Were they asleep? Because this giant has woken up.
Yeah, they've been roused from their slumber, but let's have a look at how this all went wrong.
Yeah, Eddie just outhandsing Xiaoxi's stun there, using the range advantage so effectively, trading that health like the resource that it is, able to get some damage on the Pop 9 over that wall from safety too. Great.
Never mind.
Back in live.
It's all right. There is a fight going on. A kill will be picked up. There's the repel. Desperately tries to get a kill on the other side, but can't quite do it. But Eddie can. This is an even bigger Caitlyn. Headshot from Hongshu. He can't chase it because of those traps in front of him. But Team Secret Wales, they go further and further ahead.
Yeah, 4-1 to Team Secret Wales, and the timing of it as well, just around that Drake pit. So they're also going to secure the first Drake of the game. And Eddie already 2-0-2, 400 gold advantage over Feng. But look at BA. BA's been involved in 3 of the kills so far, has the #1 biggest gold lead himself. So this is where it kicks off. Xiaoxi just trying to control the vision, trying to deny it from Team Secret Wales, is able to go through the wall, and you never follow a Bard through that journey, Carrix, because it does not end well for you. That magical journey ends in death.
Yeah, exactly. It's the Roadrunner paints the tunnel on the side of the mountain, and he runs through it, but when you try and follow him, you just get bonked on the nose, and BA gets a kill. Okay.
I mean,
this has gone well. This has gone well for Team Secret Wales.
Is going phenomenally for this bot lane. All 5 of the kills over to Eddie and BA. And I love that this Elise is getting so accelerated. You don't normally see supports with this many kills this far ahead of their counterparts. And here it is. I mean, BA on the ward and all. Nothing Feng could do. Oh, just the headshot.
Caitlyn combos. I love them. They're so clunky and slow, but they do so much damage.
And I love the emote coming out of BA there on the, Team Secret Wales need to be careful. Okay, it's just Xiaoxi. I actually thought we saw Pop 9 in the area, but they're waiting patiently. The stun lands.
Every single cocoon is landing. Pun on the run as use the ult. Does get away. No kills anywhere on the map there.
Yeah, but it does force 2 ults out of Florin and Pop 9 just for the flash and ult of Pun. So 2 members of Relove DCG committed to that top side and they don't get the kill. That's a small win for Team Secret Wales, in my opinion there, Carrix. But Hongshu winning this mid lane war against D-Ray on that Aurora, because Mel just has that range advantage as well. That Q poke so oppressive on such a small cooldown, as we do see that replay picture in picture there. Pun trading relatively even with that Renekton before Pantheon arrives, and he flashes, just gets out of that stun range. So commits the ult for, unfortunately, nothing does Pop 9.
Yeah, it does get the flash. You can't scoff at that, I think. It does make Pun play a lot more honest. As in the meantime, Histo has just been power farming. I kind of forgot that they had this Olaf, as it could be getting involved in a fight here, as Ragnarok has been popped. Has to just flash away. There's D-Ray getting things going between worlds. Can he find the damage? Not quite. Feng will live, but Ace in the hole. No one can block it. Even though Xiaoxi flashes to try to. Oh no, they're all falling away. His toe goes down for the trouble. But overall, it's only 2 members. I actually thought it was a little bit more. But DCG are still getting cleaned off the map.
Yeah, 2-for-1 trade there. Team Secret Wales extending their gold advantage just a little bit. But importantly, more kills going over to Eddie as we look at this replay. It all started with a fight over blue buff, and we do see Histo forced to flash away from that soulless snare of the Mel, because if that lands, you are rooted for the longest possible time. And as you say, Xiaoxi did try and flash, did try and prevent that ultimate there, the ace in the hole from Caitlyn landing, but unfortunately it was a tail too far. And here's another thing. Team Secret Wales are using their coach comms like there's no tomorrow. Every single game, Seal has used all 3 of the coach comms, and I genuinely think it's a good thing. And it makes me wonder, why Relove DCG aren't using theirs, because it almost feels like an advantage that you're just optionally denying as Histo takes the grubs.
I agree with you. I'm always curious what coaches are saying. Need to learn a lot of languages, basically, just to be able to figure that out. As Pop9 still just lurking here, has flash, could go for a long-range stun. Of course, the problem is it's a volley bear, so should be able to react with the ultimate and just leap away. There's Pop9. They're coming in, land the stun. They're going to layer them. There's the ult. Pun on the run. Does manage to get to the tower. Can he survive? He can. Pun gets away.
Soaking this pressure exceptionally well. Relove DCG have decided that they're not going to win through bot lane. They're going to win through this top side. D-Ray dodging that solar snare beautifully. And Pun hasn't died yet, despite multiple repeated attempts at trying to take him down. So I'm really liking his ability to absorb this pressure, but I also really like Relove DCG acknowledging, right, bot lane, a bit too powerful for us to take on as a lane at the moment. We need to send our resources elsewhere, as they do pick up that second Drake of the game. Histo on this Olaf is nearly 30 CS up over Pop9 right now. He's out jungling him so hard.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say that before, and the fight kind of broke out. They kind of forgot they had the Olaf for a little bit because he's just been power farming. Has that big CS lead, hasn't got so much of a gold lead, of course, as Pop9's been involved in some other things on the map. But 2,000 gold lead for Team Secret Wales. They are looking much, much stronger in this one. Maybe they were just hustling.
Yeah, maybe they were trying to do the old, lure you into a false sense of security trick, because it feels like that's where we find ourselves at right now, right? We're almost 12 minutes in. It's 7-2. Team Secret Wales has every single jungle objective right now. They just have not let Relove DCG get a look in. D-Ray, my goodness, just trading so well into Hongshu at the moment. And Team Secret Wales, they're completing the role quest first. They're getting to objectives first. This is Team Secret Wales on those comfort picks that we've been talking about.
Yeah, and I mean, this is going to be Eddie getting even more gold. He's already 2,500 gold ahead of his direct opposite. He'll be getting a tower as well, slingshotting even further ahead. Nearly 3,000 gold as they do try and make a play on the top side, but BA fends it off, even throws the Proto Belt rockets back, just being a little bit rude. Xiaoxi goes down. Pop9 will follow him. This is Team Secret Wales angry.
That was 4 members of Relove DCG on the top side, and they lost 2, and Team Secret Wales lost no one. That's an absolute disaster. They're trying to make plays happen. They're still taking the initiative. They're still being proactive, and Team Secret Wales are just coming up better every single time. As we see it here again, it's 3v2. BA waited in the wings, disrupted Xiaoxi so heavily, kept them around, baited them, was able to proto belt further away here, and then up to safety, while this Olaf, this Histo, just tore them apart. They had to take emergency TPs to escape here, Carrix. If Team Secret Wales keep up this momentum, I don't know how Relove DCG is going to get back into this one. It's a 4.5k gold lead.
It very much is, and just on a completely other note, have you noticed how many... Oh, no, it just went away. I was going to say, look how many gems are getting kindled. There were 3 kindle gems across 2 players. It was crazy. But unfortunately, one of them has been built into an item. Oh, well. Pun denies us the double kindle gem goodness, but as Eddie gets another tower, this Caitlyn is getting even more fearsome. And, I mean... a little bit of lore accurate Caitlyn versus Jinx at the moment.
Don't say that to the lore people. They will come after us. They'll be like, don't you dare remind us. But Eddie has nearly 2.5k gold lead all on his own over the next nearest person in terms of gold, right? They're farming so effectively. Eddie got that bot side tier 1, and then Pun did all the work, cracked open that top side tier 1, and let Eddie get the killing blow, securing even more gold. And we just saw an injection of 350 into the pockets of Eddie as well. So he's now He's 3,500 of the 4.8k gold lead of Team Secret Wales. I was saying earlier for Real of DCG, their comp is Protect the President, but you have to stop Real of DCG killing Eddie, otherwise that shutdown will go over, and it's not a small amount right now.
It's funny, you kind of say it's Protect the President, but unfortunately sometimes the president's head just does that, and there's nothing you can do about it. Feng's in trouble. I agree with you though, it has shifted. We just need to protect that shutdown. Don't let that go over. The Jinx can still scale.
And that's it, right? Oh, Pun under pressure here again.
And he just leaps away. He's a big bear. He will this time get caught, will be taken down. They finally managed to convert a play, but look what's happening in the meantime. Actually, a lovely magical journey will defuse this play. The Rift Herald summoned up, Ragnarok being used as well. DCG firing back pretty perfectly. Unfortunately, even perfect play can't save this mid lane tower.
Eddie just recalling it. Oh no, he cancelled the recall. I was like, Eddie recalling in the face of multiple members of Relove DCG. It is cancelled. They're forced to defend that wave as Florin just trying to get whatever gold he can on the map. He does have... Ooh.
Yep, you can't do that, Pop9. You cannot do that to a Caitlyn because it's kind of said, I said this about the Galio. You know exactly where he's going to be. You just put the trap there and he was under tower. Pun is running forward, might have actually gone a little bit too far. He is very tanky, but the rest of the team is now here. This is Team Secret Wales flexing their lead. Pun can make absurdly aggressive plays because he knows that his team is there and he knows how far ahead they are.
Yeah, the fact that Pun just walked forward and copped all of that and he didn't even drop below 50% is a testament to just how tanky he is right now. Forcing Relove DCG back and away, and his toe claims the third Drake of the game. They're on Soul Point already. They've been taking these Drakes the moment they've been spawning here. Not a single jungle objective has gone over to Relove DCG, which is so unusual as we see Pun go in. Jassie's here.
The magical journey is good. Does get the crocodile to safety. This is the one place they do have some hope. It is a 1.5k gold lead for Florin in that individual matchup. He might still be able to get it done, but look how confident BA is. Just proto belting forward and again reacts perfectly. Perfect emote. Perfect emote
sorry.
Game.
BA has hands. Like,
yeah,
the reaction time. Because Pop9 was in the bush. He, like, literally came out of the brush with the Q to stun. And BA just goes, nope, bye. And, like, what do you do against that? But right now, BA on this Elise is just a monster, is a menace, is 414, has been involved in 8 out of the 10. That's an 80% kill participation rate here. Has Eddie. It's this bot lane that is running Relove DCG around the rift right now, and his toe fancies his odds against 3.
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame him as Eddie does have to burn the flash to get away from the Tempered Fate. The damage onto Feng, it's a lot. Dire can't quite finish him off, but you know who can? His toe and Pun. His toe has to flash out, but look at this big bear in the backside. Calls the lightning with BA in tow. DCG are getting wiped out once again. This is dominant. This is what the Team Secret Wales we expected to see. His toe doesn't even go down. Florin puts the thumbs up. You know how upset he's got to be. BA has to be careful. He's got nowhere to go. He will fall. Can we get revenge? No. Pop9 has the flash.
Kind of messy on the back end there, but it just goes to show the wallet diff that's in favor of Team Secret Wales as well as the skill right now on these champs. We were talking about it before we even got into tonight's BO5. We were talking about it before this game 4. We need to see Team Secret Wales on comfort picks, and this is what happens when they get them. This is D-Ray on the Aurora. This is Pun on that volley bear. It feels so hard for them to find an angle in, and when BA and Eddie are so in sync, I just don't see how Relove DCG's bot lane can have impact, can have an answer. especially when Team Secret Wales keep targeting Fang. They keep killing Fang first and early and in every single fight. It just takes him out of the game. It just keeps him down. It keeps him behind and reduces his effectiveness. It slows down when he's going to be able to get into this game.
I don't know if he'll ever really get into this game. He's just so far behind. He's basically almost 2 items behind. Eddie is close to that 3rd item, close to that Infinity Edge, while it is just a Collector and a Zeal for Feng. It's getting pretty gross. We haven't even really talked about it because we just simply haven't had a chance. It's also Soul Point. We're a minute away from a Hextech Soul, and that means that Eddie gets to walk up to you with a rapid fire cannon and go, hey, I'm going to hit you from an entire screen away and put a massive slow on you.
Yeah, that is so true. And it was funny, as you were saying, about to build an IE, did complete that IE, so does have a serious item advantage over Fang, as that next Drake is up in less than a minute. Oh, another ult misses.
Does, and shall see falls his toe on the front line. Just running them down. Florin can do absolutely nothing. In they go. Team Secret Wales, where has this been?
Yeah, they find themselves at 7,500 gold advantage. Dragon be damned, they're going for that Baron. It will be a 5v2 if Relove DCG do want to contest this. D-Ray and BA, they found an angle on the Hongshu.
Yeah, I mean, an angle onto Hongshu is almost an understatement. Goes for the Golden Eclipse just to feel like he's doing something, just to feel anything in this game where they've been so comprehensively shut out. D-Ray, this is way too aggressive. As he's got Baron buff, so he can just do whatever he wants. He's got empowered recall. It is too aggressive, but it doesn't matter. He's so far ahead, he can't really be punished.
Yeah, and here, I think Chassis's doing the right thing, right? He's roaming. He's trying to get vision control down because he knows what's happening. But I want to point out this magical journey. He used it just before he died, and it got Hongshu to safety, but it also delivered him to death's door because Pun took that magical journey, was able to get into the back lines and just hand deliver the team on a platter. Team Secret Wales, they won the team fight. They got the Baron. They got the soul. They now have that Hextech soul as well, with that ability haste, that attack speed, that slow.
And Hongshu's been caught by the cocoon. BA just gets to go golden, basically just a flex as Chassis. That is not the way that tunnel is meant to go, unfortunately. That is... I think they're just flexing on them at this point, as over the wall goes Pun, slow motion bearing down on Fang. It doesn't matter how deep he is, how ridiculously far ahead Team Secret Wales is. BA will fall. The Spider has eventually been squished, but Team Secret Wales are 11k gold ahead. They are breaking the base, and I think they are bringing us to Silver Scrapes.
I think BA is the most killingest support we've seen in the LCP. I do need a fact check on that one, but 7, 3, and 10. That's more kills than...
I'd bet that that's right.
Yeah, that's more kills than all of Relove DCG combined right now. That's how much of a statement Team Secret Wales have made with this one. The way they're playing right now, you know, what we saw in Game 1, what we're seeing here in Game 4, it almost feels like they were like, Relove DCG, you can have Game 2 and 3. We know we're still going to win. And that feels like a crazy statement to make because Relove DCG, it felt like they've earned these games, but here and now, in the face of this Team Secret Wales, where is Relove DCG? They just don't have answers.
I mean, they needed answers 10 minutes ago. Unfortunately, at this point, it is, you know, you've turned up for your first day of year 3 and they're asking you, like, theoretical physics. I don't have those answers, man. I'm sorry. I'm trying to count apples and stuff.
Yeah, what's heavier, 1 kilo of flowers or 1 kilo of bricks? And it's like,
oh, come on, man. I'm like 7. I'm 7. Like, leave me alone. As it will be last chance saloon. Florin trying to find an angle. This is desperation plays, of course. He will be hunted down by D-Ray. No doubt cleaned up even with the dominance running. And no, they actually will try and turn it around. This is actually kind of working. D-Ray has been picked up. Pun is caught in the middle of 4, as the rest of the team was just kind of like, what are you guys? You silly gooses. We were just trying to end the game. As now his turn comes and he goes, all right, fine. I'll pick up a bunch of kills for funsies. They wipe them out. BA gets up to 9 kills on the Elise. They teleport into the enemy base to hunt down Hongshu. And that will be Silver Scrapes confirmed. It will be Team Secret Wales, showing why we all predicted them to win. And Logan, your prediction remains alive.
I want to see Pun dance. I'm waiting for the Pun dance. He's hitting the Nexus. No, he didn't dance, but you are so right, Carrix. I was the one who predicted 3-2 Team Secret Wales over Relove DCG, but it doesn't mean that Relove DCG can't regather, can't regroup, and come back in this Game 5, because that Team Secret Wales Game 4, they ran amok. It felt like, you said it so many times, it felt like they were flexing. It felt like they were just playing fast and loose, and it was so fun for them, and that it just made it work. And I failed to see the angles for Relove DCG to come back into this one. Pun on the volley was exactly what we expected him to be. D-Ray on Aurora, showing why you can't let him have that champion. That's 5 games played in the LCP, and he still has a 100% win rate on it.
That's pretty impressive. That is actually really impressive. Thinking about it, it's a contested champion as well. But, I mean, Team Secret Wales, I didn't even really know how to talk about this game. I mean, coughing baby versus hydrogen bomb.
Well, let me talk about it then, because this is the fastest game of tonight's best of 5 series. Game 1 was 27 minutes. Game 4, 25 and a half with 32 kills. That's nearly 1.3 kills a minute. You look at the damage graphs, they tell no lies. Every single member of Relove DCG, except that Pantheon, out-damaged by their opposition. And it almost felt like Hizto didn't even have to do anything. Yeah, when he did decide to get involved, it was overwhelming. But it just felt like Team Secret Wales were able to win even on a 4v5. And BA, where has this Elise been all season long? Because my goodness, did you run the rift with this champion? It was such a sleeper pick, because he hasn't even played it all LCP regular split. So no one's known about this. No one's practiced against this. And he's just brought this deep pocket out when it mattered the most.
And it makes total sense why BA would play something like this, Elise. I constantly say, with the utmost affection and respect, BA is a psychopath. He's constantly looking for fights, constantly looking to get kills for himself. Repel is really good when you're trying to make those plays. We constantly saw him stepping up into Pop9's face and just saying, like, you can W me all you like. I'm fast enough to press E in time.
Yeah, like literally being able to avoid those comet spears from that Pantheon because he was so fast with that timing. Team Secret Wales were everywhere, right? Xiaoxi thought, oh, I've found D-Ray, but suddenly he's found BA, Eddie, D-Ray, and Hizto. How do you deal with that as a lone Bard support? And then Pun, every time Pun entered the fight, he had impact. He was so tanky. He was the front line as Hizto just ran through the rest of Relove DCG. This Mel, it felt like, didn't have the impact we're so used to seeing her have. Those solar snares slowing the team down. Team Secret Wales didn't care. Hizto just able to run through it. Pun able to jump over the top of it. This almost felt like Team Secret Wales just decided to put on a masterclass for our entertainment.
Sorry about that. I had my internet die for a moment. I am back. I do apologize. As, yeah, we're just still watching these highlights of a dominant Team Secret Wales win.
Yeah, and like the team fights, it just felt like they were always in favor of Team Secret Wales. Even from the start there, getting that 2v2 bot side win, that BA and Eddie able to take that, and it started to set Relove DCG behind. And here's the thing, because Fang on this Jinx was so far behind and free firing onto Pun, it just wasn't able to get the job done, wasn't able to kill Pun. So Pun was just frontlining the world. They didn't have the damage to get through Pun. But enough about the last 4 games, because we're going to Silver Scrapes straight after we get back from this break, Carricks, because here in the LCP, we're made for this.
Here's an overview of how Coach Comms works. Each team may assign 1 coach per game, submitted with the starting roster. Coaches can be changed between games. Only a head coach, assistant coach, or analyst is eligible. Sub-players are not allowed. Use of the Coach Comms is optional. Here's how Coach Comms operates during matches. The coach is placed in an isolated room, wearing a soundproof headset to ensure competitive integrity. They may only view the 5-player POVs on stage. No live stream, spectator mode, or external devices are permitted. Each team has 3 Coach Comms uses per game, with 45 seconds per use. Unused users do not carry over. After all users are exhausted, the coach may leave the room. If they leave early, they cannot return. Team members not participating will have access to standard spectator mode for post-game review. Coach Comms has received positive feedback from teams and fans and adds an additional strategic layer to the game. The feature will be reviewed at the end of Split 2. Stay tuned for more updates.
Hear the chorus of sun and moon, our voices, an untiring hymn against the silence. Do you feel it at last? Long have I circled this world, descending only when the Watchers first stirred. Mark the fracture! I had such hope for you, Void Hunter. Fall to fire! Fall and be silenced. Silence, dreaded herald. Rise with me! Sunfire Eternal! Huh. Providence! Our dance continues, sun and moon in perfect step. Watch as our enemies are undone. Abyssal vermin, I bar you from the heavens! As night ordains! Silver moon, your blade fulfilled our ancient vow. This is predetermined. A lunar storm gathers. All in my path shall burn. Consumes! The moon is stained red this night. Pierce through it! converge, Golden Sun.
What time is it? It is Silver Scrapes time. We find ourselves at Game 5 in tonight's best of 5 series between Team Secret Wales and Relove DCG, Carrix. It has gone the distance.
It has gone all the way. And Team Secret Wales, maybe, if Game 4 is anything to go off, maybe they have found their feet in this series finally.
Yeah, I mean, Game 1, they looked fantastic. Game 4, they looked even better. But Game 2 and 3, it just felt like they were having a break. They went on a cruise. But it looks like they are back as Relove DCG get first pick. And Team Secret Wales have opted for the blue side for themselves. Now, blue side is their most winningest side as well, so it really does feel like they're trying to put everything together at the critical moment, because I know we don't really need to remind everyone, but I'm going to do it at least one more time here. The winner of this match locks themselves in for the LCP Split 2 Grand Finals. The loser is knocked down to the lower brackets and is forced to fight their way back up next weekend. And you don't want to get knocked down to the lower bracket run, because there's every opportunity you'll get knocked out.
Exactly. It is just one mistake in that lower bracket and you are gone. And you won't make the finals. It's not where Team Secret Wales wants to be. It's not where they would have imagined themselves to be. And it's, frankly, based on how this series is going, it's just not where DCG deserves to be.
Yeah, and already, though, this is a much better showing out of Relove DCG than it was in that LCP Split 1 Grand Final, where Team Secret Wales 3-0 dispatched of them. So, I mean, already, even if they lose here, they still have their lower bracket run. And even if they lose here, they've already done better than they did last split. So there's a lot of positive signs coming out of this Relove DCG team. And I'm loving that we get to watch it. That prediction, a little bit wrong right now. But it's just the creativity that's coming out of both of these teams, as you've called the intelligent drafting, the plays, the timing on the fights around objectives. Team Secret Wales, they absolutely stifled Relove DCG out of that Game 4, and the draft will tell us if they can do it again here in this Game 5, as Varus, Lucian, and Shen all banned away. I mean, these ADs, they need to be targeted.
Yeah, Lucian and Varus will be taking the whole series off, and I don't blame the coaches whatsoever. Interesting to see Shen getting a first phase ban. Isn't it fun what Game 5 of Fearless can do? You know what's crazy? Casante's still available.
That's so true. Casante hasn't even been banned either. He's just been there. He's been available. It has not been picked. But I think that speaks to his priority falling off, right? There's just better value top laners, pocket picks even, right? Because Pun, if it was any other top laner, I'm sure Casante would have been picked there, but Pun just has a deeper champ pool. There's that Akali. D-Ray will not get to play Akali here tonight. They just respect it that much. However, Relove DCG, lock in that Twisted Fate. They value that playmaking ability, that global, the destiny that will send him across the rift.
Yeah, but Zaya Rakan, that is a big duo still left available. We saw this yesterday being used to devastating effectiveness. Zeri Yumi as well can be fired back. Doesn't have to be Zeri Yumi specifically. Zeri is, I think it's the best way to play Zeri, but you can play it with something like a Lulu. You can even just play it without an Enchanter. I would love to see them sort of trusting Feng. The Jinx didn't work. That's okay. Dust yourself off, get back up. It's a Trundle instead.
I love that absolute last split-second pivot. They're like, lock in that Trundle. That split pushing absolute superstar. The pillar, so strong, so effective if it's placed right. Can prevent your escape, can slow your engages. Jax locked in for Relove DCG. They're going to win through sides. Relove DCG, they don't want to win that traditional front to back. They want to win through the side lanes and just overwhelm Team Secret Whales there instead. But hovering Gragas, Carrix.
Gragas being locked in. Okay, this is a champion that has been completely absent from professional play for quite a long time, especially without Phase Rush. This champion is unhappy. New Storm Raider's Surge is okay on him. It does work, but it's nothing like Phase Rush was.
Yeah, exactly. It was basically a nerf to Gragas, that change in those runes, as it is locked in for the first time here in the LCP. And I mean, we've said it before, it's now or never, right? This is Game 5 of tonight's Best of 5 series. You cannot leave anything on the Rift. There's no more chances after this one, which is why Silas has been banned, so Team Secret Whales can't steal all of these ultimates from Relove DCG. Seraphine banned away, possibly the single most powerful Enchanter support still up and available on the Rift. And then that Zeri, it was hovered earlier. Do we think Team Secret Whales has taken the bait, or do we think Relove DCG made a mistake showing that and then switching to the Trundle?
Whether they made the mistake showing it, I'm sure Team Secret Whales were thinking about the Zeri. There are still other ADCs. Corki is still up. Feng can go towards that. He played it in their last series and looked very good on it. So wouldn't be too surprised to see that being the pick. We've got this Gragas is a little bit flexible. Kiana would be insane.
It's been a while since we've seen a Kiana as well. I don't even think it's actually been... There it is. Hasn't even been played in the LCP this split. This is deep jungle territory we're going into here, because as we can see in Fearless, 8 already banned away just from having been played previously. Nocturne banned away as well. So that's 9 less you can choose from. And Kiana, I love it. Just absolutely able to annihilate, get those picks, that supreme display of talent. Such a powerful tool into the entire team if you can time it right.
Yeah, this is a pick that has just completely fallen out of style. It's come up once or twice recently. Earlier in the year, it was sort of the hotness of the jungle. Everywhere was that supreme display of talent, but it has very much crept away outside of sometimes it comes up in the LPL, as Tristana going to be locked in. This is her second outing after yesterday where Kiaya played at top. Please lock in Katarina. I know they're not going to, but please lock in Katarina. Or Vex, come on. Please,
Something
it's
different.
One of my favorite champions. Yes! I played it in Riftbound.
This Vex champion locked in for the first time here in the LCP. D-Ray feeling himself, and this is the benefits of these Fearless drafts, right? We go so deep that we get to see these interesting picks that normally we wouldn't otherwise. And I mean, these compositions, they are something else. I'm really looking towards D-Ray in that mid lane to prevent Hongsu from leaving lane and having impact elsewhere. I'm looking for his toe to just assassinate this bot lane duo of Relove DCG, but Tristana is built to escape, so it'll be an interesting matchup, but the last one of the night.
I'm so excited. I get it. I get to talk about a champion that I really, really like. I have a weird champion pool, so I don't get to talk about them very often. This Vex, I think, is crazy against his composition. People talk about how Vex, she gets that passive charged by lots of dashes. So people say that, oh, she counters things like Yasuo, because Yasuo's dashing all the time, you charge the passive all the time. It's not true. Who she counters is people that can only dash once. Jax can dash once. He jumps on you, he gets feared, and then he's out of dashes. It's really, really hard to play that into him. Trundle runs at you really fast. You fear him. He keeps his movement speed while feared, and he runs to another country.
Oh, Relove DCG going for an early invade here, though. D-Ray will spot it out and is going to respect that because it's a 4v1 as these skins, the God Staff, Jax. Oh, I love the Prestige True Damage Kiana. It is actually that's actually the alt art Vex in Riftbound as well. I mean, did you know Riftbound made League of Legends?
It's not the best Vex skin. Unfortunately, it's not a Surprise Party Vex. That is the best one. I wish that had been the over number, but oh well. We'll contain ourselves from talking about our favorite card game. As early on, this is not going to be a super fun lane to play. Of course, it is melee into range support.
Yeah, look, not that fun. D-Ray securing an early advantage on Hongsu there, as you would expect in these trades. But you can see the vision control, right? Wards are already down in both jungle, so both of them... Oh my god, D-Ray getting such an early advantage. That Electrocute proc just really driving home the damage. The junglers on opposite sides of the rift and in no position to help their teammates, though, if any one of them finds themselves in serious trouble early, but... right now, I know it's only early. The pick is proving good here with this Vex, and I think it might be one of the first professional Tier 1 Vexes we've seen in quite some time here too, Carrick. So that's really, really exciting. I'm actually quite honored to be able to talk about this one with you.
I will always remember the last time I cast a professional Vex was years ago in the VCS. Where the Vex tagged someone with their ultimate as their recall went off. So they went all the way to the enemy base, but channeled a teleport while in their ultimate. So then they went back to their base, but they were still ulting. So they still ended up in the enemy base. They were in ult for about 40 seconds.
Wow,
very funny.
That actually sounds really memorable. But I've just had a quick look here. It has been picked 3 times in the international circuit right now, and it has won twice and lost once. So not an overly bad representation here in 2026, but it's definitely not the most picked champion. A very off-meta choice, you would suggest here. But yeah, Relove DCG, they find themselves at a 400 gold advantage at 3 minutes in already, and most of that has come through that bot lane. Feng, double the CS of Eddie, so struggling there.
Oh no, Pun's in a lot of trouble. Might have to flash away. Already used it. Is claimed as they go down to the bot side. There is Eddie struggling under the tower. DCG strike first. The tower is not aggroed onto Shouty. So BA, can he get anything back? No, the flash away from the grand entrance.
Does force the flash out though, so that's nice. Feng, no flash either. Has gone for that cleanse, respecting the CC that can come out of Team Secret Wales, but we're 3.5 minutes in and Relove DCG get first blood and the second kill of the game, and here it is. They crash the wave. Pop 9's in the area, just gets that. Xiaoxi has the aggro, able to juggle it, then it goes to Pop 9, gets the kill, and away he goes. So this is what we wanted to see in earlier games, right? Too many times we saw a lot of failed tower dives, but not here, not now. Relove DCG get themselves that early advantage. They're 1,000 gold up, and Pop 9's going to see this coming.
Yeah, they will catch out. His toe just has to flash over the wall. Can't Rumble with a Trundle. Not on this early game, not when he doesn't have access to his burst, as Team Secret Whales have been completely rebuffed early.
Yeah, definitely not where you want to be early game in the last match of the best of 5. A nice little shield there to buffer that stun and the damage to follow from D-Ray. Eddie just kills Feng? What?
They just murdered him. All right, fair enough. As in they go on to D-Ray. Not a super easy gank though. Does just manage to walk away.
I love Vex as a champion, like this teeny tiny little yordle just running around. It almost like reminds me of like you know how like penguins waddle really fast?
Yeah, when they get going, they hustle.
Yeah, exactly. Got some moves.
I think it's really funny that I can't remember what YouTube video I watched, but it was a writer talking about how the hardest part about making Vex was just how to make Shadow work. Which I think is really cool. But let's have a look at this replay because Eddie just kind of went crazy.
Oh, just caught Fang. The cleanse burned as well. Just a fantastic collapse there from Team Secret Whales, and they caught Eddie and Feng and Xiaoxi a little too far apart from one another there, so they were able to really focus Feng down, and it was just important to get the rocket jump, prevent that escape for that Tristana, but another fight brewing.
D-Ray flashes forward, gets a 3-man fear, will pick up a kill of his own. Team Secret Whales, they bring it back to even.
And Feng just very nearly lost a 1v1 solo to Eddie in that bot side. It feels like Relove DCG, they were very proactive in the early stages, right? And I mean, I say early stages, we're still only 6 minutes in, but Team Secret Whales, they're finding answers. They're finding angles to come back into this one already. They get the kill around the Drake pit, and that gives his toe the first Drake of the game. It will be that Hextech Drake, giving that little bit of extra ability haste, and BA just roam into this mid, and Team Secret Whales, they're so confusing to me. So,
and that's Hongshu just gonna go down. D-Ray gets another kill for himself, just does not respect the collapse.
And here's that replay around that Drake that we were talking about. Pop9 gets a good pillar down, right? Prevents D-Ray from running away, but D-Ray doesn't want to run. D-Ray says, I'm not stuck in here with you. You're stuck in here with me. And as you so rightfully called, flashed forward aggressively as Eddie, not scared to trade 1v2 on this bot side. Team Secret Whales, they are clawing back that gold. It is now dead even. 5 kills in 7 minutes. First Drake of the game over to Team Secret Whales. The grub's up in 40 seconds time here, and it looks like his toe is well placed to go for them first, but I have to imagine Pop9's moving out there. He's got that sheen, he's got that flage, he's putting together that Trinity Force, and when he does, he'll be scary.
He will, but what they have to be a little bit careful of is D-Ray's ultimate is coming back up, and this is something we haven't got a chance to talk about, is the Vex interaction with Twisted Fate, because what you can do is if you know roughly where the Twisted Fate is ulting from, not to, from, you just chuck the Vex ult there and go, okay, press ult. I'm coming. If you press ult, I'm coming with you. Because once you tag them, it's global. He doesn't care. Like, Vex does not care about how far away you are. Once you've been tagged by Shadow, they're coming with you. As I will comment on this top lane, just while we're looking at it. Pun, you just got to survive. You've already died once, just don't die again. That's the only goal here.
Yeah, I mean, they both do have grasp as well, so they both want to trade as much as they possibly can when that is off cooldown. Pop9 clearing that ward, preventing that vision control, looking for an angle onto D-Ray here in the mid.
Yeah, they're going to try and find a way in. A stun has landed. D-Ray does not have access to flash, but look at the fear. Able to just make up the distance, but a second gold card will lock it down as we look at bot lane, but he is going to go down.
Yeah, D-Ray died there as we went back to bot lane.
Cut the camera.
Yeah, don't see. Oh, no.
Good flash.
Whew. All right, spicy couple of seconds there. Relove DCG, though, they are getting their way back into this one, taking D-Ray out. A good roam from Pop9 there. Cleared the ward out, so he showed, but then he rotated just a little down and came back up under D-Ray, unable to escape. And Pop9 does go for those grubs as Histo able to take that third grub, preventing the sort of 3 stack for Relove, and is chasing Pop9 into the jungle right now. However, vision control again. Relove DCG simply has more. They've got the Scuttle Crab in the topside river. They've got the chickens in the bot side, Team Secret Whales, and 2 more control wards along their bot side. So they have more information. They can see what Team Secret Whales is doing. And at 10 minutes in, no goal difference. It's not a bad place to be if you're either team right now, Carrix.
No, I think you're reasonably happy on either side. Both teams are kind of getting the gold where they want it. This Jack's getting ahead. The Trundle accelerated just that little bit as well as a dive is being set up here. Can D-Ray find the way in? Has the ultimate, can throw it out on top of the grand entrance. No, it misses. They'll call this off.
Yeah, and sometimes that's a hallmark of a really good player is knowing when you didn't succeed and being willing to admit that and step back, right? Because you don't want to give over more than you have to. Pun.
Throws out the party barrel, but it's not going to be a party for him. This Gragas just not really working out.
Yeah, definitely not the play right now. I'm almost tempted to say it's not so much the Gragas as it is the player right now. I feel like he thinks he's much farther ahead than he actually is. He's 20 CS down. He's 2 kills down as well. Like, Florin is absolutely getting the better of him on this Jax, and it just helps that his team is there with him. You know, Pop9 was there in that brush, and Pun thought he was in a 1v1 and just gets 2v1'd instead. Like, he's trading so aggressively, moving forward onto him here, and it was a good ult, but all it did was delay his inevitable death. Pun needs to, we were just talking about the hallmarks of knowing when to sort of call off a play, and I think Pun needs to acknowledge that he's behind and weak side, and he needs to play that for the moment. But enough about topside. Team Secret Whales are moving in for the second Drake of the game. Pop9, though, here first, and the rest of his team following close behind.
Yeah, the Dragon is pulled. Pop9 pride of place at the moment. D-Ray moving down. Doesn't have access to that ultimate. Eddie has to pop the Featherstorm just to make the transition over from the side. Was just in the wrong place. It's going to have to be a steal attempt if Histo wants this. No, they're going to call it off. DCG get the Dragon. They get out.
Yeah, I really think that's a good call there from Team Secret Whales to just back away. They were always going to lose that one on numbers alone, but Pun did rotate down, is here in the mid just to chip away at some of that.
Oh, there's the supreme display of talent doing work. Pop9 will go down. The party barrel is thrown out, misses everyone. Histo has to find a way out. Feng actually very far forward, but Shadow doesn't find his mark. A good attempt there by BA as well, but it will just be the 1 kill for the Whales.
Yeah, Relove DCG get that second Drake of the game, and Team Secret Whales do punish Pop9 for his audacity. How dare he go for those jungle objectives? But I would argue that Relove DCG are happy with that as we do go back to the replay. Histo, just an excellent engage there with that supreme display of talent, just locking Pop9 down, and the rest of Team Secret Whales, they're there, but it's more of a posturing, right? They're able to disengage, they're able to walk away, and ultimately that's all she wrote. D-Ray getting some good value, does get that shadow down, as you say, and I'm fairly certain, and you can correct me here, it's a resettable ultimate as well if you get a kill?
The Shadow Surge? Yes, it does. You can go again, but it's not a full reset. It's like temporary reset. You get like, it's like Pike ult. You get to go again for a certain amount of time. It's not a full reset. I wish it was a full reset. That'd be crazy. Wouldn't be fair, but I like Vex, so that would be fine. As D-Ray cleans up more, still just growing the CS lead. He's becoming sort of one of the big power points here for Team Secret Whales, where, because he's got that first item, he's got the upgraded boots, he can one-shot.
Yeah, Hongsu has just completed that Rod of Ages, though, but it's going to take 9 more minutes to get to that 10 stack. It does have that Dark Seal, so you don't want to, give too many kills over to Hongsu here on that Twisted Fate. But we just see Team Secret Whales there eking out small leads everywhere. Ooh.
Oh. They're just lurking around. It's a standoff over Gromp. Who can take down this Kingly Amphibian? It will be Team Secret Whales. Florin will get a tower on the top side, and he's just going to keep on pushing. Someone needs to go up there to answer him ASAP. It's going to be Pun. Good stun.
Oh, Chassis just taking a little bit of damage. But here's the thing, right? Because Relove DCG have Trundle, because they have Jax, they have those side laners, they have that split pushing power. They must be answered. You can't leave Jax alone. He got the turret and he nearly killed the tier 2. Like, that's nearly 50% gone in one push. As Relove DCG, with that wave pushed up, they have that sort of topside priority, which gives them that advantage onto the Rift Herald. And this is the Relove DCG that we saw in game 2 and 3, right? They're fast, they're aggressive, they prioritize these jungle objectives, and Team Secret Whales, they're not even in the area to contest this one. That preemptive pillar from Pop9 just to guarantee that no one goes in on them, as we do start to see those items coming through. Collector picked up for Feng, 2 Trinity Forces for Relove DCG on Florin and Pop9, that Titanic Hydra there for Hizto on the Kiana. I mean, the damage is starting to become real when these teams do decide to clash next, and I imagine it's going to be in about a minute's time when that Mountain Drake, the 3rd Drake of the game, is up.
The 3rd Drake, it's always interesting about if that's going to be a flashpoint of a fight. It totally could be. I think it makes sense, as in the way you laid it out, makes perfect sense that it would be a flashpoint for a fight. It may well play out that way, but Team Secret Whales, they have this weird way of approaching games sometimes. They could just give up a second stack of Drake. They split the early Drake, so it's not as big a deal, I feel, to give away the second one. And at the moment, I think they really need to focus on getting some gold into Pun, because Pun will have to be the constant answer to the Jax in the side lane.
Yeah, and he has to answer, though. That's the thing. You can't let Jax just farm for free, farm alone. He gets the gold, he gets the turrets, and he starts to become overwhelming and strong, right? Like, we've seen it time and time again. A strong Jax can take over a team fight if you let him, as Florin. Looking for an angle here. TP being committed, though. This is the 3rd Drake. It looks like a fight will be brewing over this one, Carrick. So, okay. Relove, just playing it patiently.
Certainly brewing. Hongshu is in the top lane, has Twisted Fate ult and teleport though, so can certainly arrive. Florin is lurking. Pop9 not too far away, but I think DCG is just going to give this one up. As, ooh, no, never mind. Pop9 might go for a steal. Hizto should be able to just, yeah, they'll be able to zone him away. As we'll get tagged by the quickness, but no follow-up on BA, so that's just an ultimate used. And DCG, they're just going to trade it for some gold of their own. Hongshu, pretty happy with that one. Now about 1,000 gold ahead of D-Ray.
Yeah, has definitely come a long way. Oh, Pun might be caught.
He is in trouble as they've brought the whole squad. Flash dash away. That might keep him safe. Nope, Destiny Gate. Unlucky Pun. And I've been trying to have a moment to talk about this. I still don't think I will, because in goes Vex. In goes Kiana. And Team Secret Whales get a little bit frisky. There's another shot. D-Ray dives in. Shadow on the run. Feng, can he get away? There's no more gap close. There's no more slows. They will be able to get out. But look at what it's in trade for. Florin just takes down an inner tower.
Yeah, I like the cross-map play here from... Oh my god, they're still fighting. Okay, all right, good. I like the cross-map play here from Relove DCG, right? I like that Florin decided to just go for that topside tier 2. The wave is crashing on that tier 3, right? That inhibited turret for Team Secret Whales, which forces the response. But yeah, I don't like to say it, but Pun's having a shocker on this Gragas. The ultimate's proving so ineffective.
I've been wanting to talk about this because this matchup against Jax, I sort of don't need to really elaborate on what's happening in this replay. It does speak for itself. But the matchup, Gragas versus Jax, used to be a really good matchup. Gragas used to be a Jax counter because of Phase Rush. If Jax got on top of you with Counter-Strike, you'd throw a barrel, you autoed him once, you E'd, you pop the barrel, and your Phase Rush would get you out of the stun 100% of the time. Jax couldn't stun you unless he caught you after you'd used one of those abilities. Phase Rush isn't in the game anymore, Logan. It's not a good matchup anymore.
Yeah, exactly, which means Gragas is getting caught 100% of the time instead of escaping, and that's what's leading to this. It makes me wonder how much Pun has practiced without this Phase Rush on this Gragas, or whether this was just a trust me, bro, let me play this, I can do it.
Ooh, D-Ray finds his way in, and Feng goes boom.
Yeah, he just died. He just went pop. Because, like... Yeah, that Shadow was fantastic. As you say, I love that, like, it's called Shadow Surge as well, because obviously that is Shadow in the wings. And Team Secret Wales, they've taken out the AD of Relove DCG and have started up this Baron. DCG, they know this is happening. They have to respond.
Combat Shelly coming in. Choo-choo. Can they find some knockups? They can. Baron getting lower, but D-Ray has been caught out, has to flash away, desperately trying to find space, does manage it. The Baron goes low. It is secured by Team Secret Wales. They pick up a kill. They pick up the Baron. They come out big winners here.
Yeah, they do get Pop 9. They do get that Baron. It was a great fight from Team Secret Wales, but their top side is still exposed. They're forced to respond. And I do want to shout out Florin on that combat. Shelly, as you were saying, did actually get 3 knockups there with that one. And it's something we're seeing a little bit more often around League in the world. And it looks like that rocket jump was just a split second too late to avoid what D-Ray was trying to do there. And yet they immediately convert that mid lane pressure, that mid lane kill into the Baron. And we see it here, as you called, that Shelly on the bot side into the pit, right? Florin knows how to drift. Florin has got his license because he got around the back of that pit wall, nailed 3, was trying desperately to get the Baron for Relove DCG, but Team Secret Wales, they had their jungler. DCG didn't. It was always going to be theirs.
That it was. As Florin, though, we come back to live, and he's in his happy place. He's bonking towers. Truly, that is Valhalla for Jax. Will be stopped, though.
Yeah,
Can't really aggress on Pun with a Baron buff.
Yeah, true. And I love the sound, right? Like sometimes we get these in-game sounds that just sound perfect. And watching Jax smack that tower, you just hear the bunk, bunk, bunk. And it's like, yep, nope, that's what he wants to do. He's got his staff, he's got his stick. He's going to beat that tower into submission, secure that gold, and just help crack open this map for Relove DCG. But they still haven't got the mid-tier 1 turret, right? So Team Secret Wales still have that priority through mid lane. And dare I say, they're trying to crack open Relove DCGs right now.
They are doing a good job at it too. As this is the problem with this Vex, with this Rakan, is how do you jump onto them if they're organized? There's been a few times where Relove DCG has found ways in, but it's mostly off Pun overextending. It's off little catches. But when they're organized, it's so hard to get in on them. And I actually really like this from DCG. This is the correct response. Is just don't fight them. Just split push the whole time.
Well, that's what they built their draft to do. They got split pushing draft. They got side laning draft. And they're just not doing that much. Florin, yes, but they need to do it more. I'm right there with you, Carrix, because, I mean, Team Secret Wales, they've had this Baron for nearly 3 minutes now, and it's only 1.5k gold. Like, that's really not that much when you do have that Baron advantage. I would have expected more. That's why they did try to push that mid-tier 2, and it's why Relove DCG responded, just to stifle, just to hamper their efforts here. And the Baron buff gone. Team Secret Wales at 23 minutes in, only 3k gold lead. This one's probably one of the slowest games so far. There's only 13 kills as they just have to roll as a team. Yeah.
We are in a blessed region where we can say that, and you're completely correct. We love that. As a teleport is coming in, this is going to be the big Gargus. Can he find the barrel? Stunned up, hasn't thrown it yet. Can't find the angle.
See, the interesting thing, his ult was still on cooldown for 10 seconds when he arrived. So,
yeah,
maybe he was trying to slow them down. But either way, he's TP'd in. It's 5v5. Yeah, exactly. Psych.
Oh my god, that lands. There's no follow-up, but that was pretty clever. All right.
It's a good way to get off that rock, but yeah, the supreme display of talent committed, unfortunately, doesn't really get much of anything. Pun here, just clearing some vision because, I mean, there's no objectives up right now. Team Secret Whales, they do have 3 Drakes. The next one's not up for another 3 minutes. Oh, a Mountain Drake. Could this be a Mountain Soul with 3 stack of Mountain Drake if Team Secret Whales get it? I mean, good luck killing them.
Yeah, I mean, that does make Pun's life easier, as he's built a lot of tank stats. He will be even tankier. Though, maybe this is the big brain. Think about it, Logan. Let me float something for you. We pick Trundle, and then we let them have Mountain Soul, so that when Trundle presses ult, he's unkillable. Think about it.
I'm thinking, but Pun, I mean... someone needs to put together a compilation of Pun's missed ults here because there's enough. You could probably go for a full-blown minute.
Well, that hit. It didn't do anything, but it hit.
Yeah. Yeah, but like, it's like the Nico Poplosums that hit one person, right? You're like, I should have hit 3 at least. Like, there's like, it missed value.
Very true. All I know is if I throw a barrel and I hit them and then someone pings my ult, I'm like, well, it's not my fault. I hit him.
Yeah, you weren't there to follow up. That's what happened here.
Yeah, why did you follow up?
Yeah. But we do take a look at the Rift, right? The next Baron up in 20 seconds. 2 minutes till the next Drake. And I dare say at 26 minutes... 4K gold lead, it's okay, right? That's one team fight. If you lose a team fight, there goes your gold lead. There's Eddie and his toe. They're the top gold farmers of this game so far. And we do take a look at the item completions, right? We're starting to see 3rd items come through, building towards their 4th. Eddie, Essence Reaver, IE as well is a force to be reckoned with. 30 CS up over Feng. Feng has been, good ult.
Yeah, this is a fight kicking off. Look at the damage going in. The Feather Storm's already out. They pull the Feathers in, but don't actually get it. The Buster Shot will disconnect Eddie from the fight, but I think it might be too little too late as Florin in the middle of the team has to try and get this Counter-Strike to be as valuable as possible, but BA surfs forward, knocks him up. They can cut the Jacks down. D-Ray picking them up. It's BA again, forcing flashes, forcing repositions, as DCG just don't have the opportunity to fight back. Team Secret Whales are taking control. 45 seconds on the Dragon.
Yeah, look, I might have trashed Pun's ults, but when it mattered, he hit it, and that's what kicked off the fight, and that's what turned it in favor of Team Secret Wales. They take, I think it was 3 members of Relove DCG and only gave over 1 themselves, as we see it here again. Pun with the ult, hits 2, forgets Feng's flash really, really early, and that leaves Pop 9 to face tank everything. Xiao C is trying to keep him alive, and then Pun puts himself between Florin and the backline of Relove DCG. He's body blocking. He's not letting DCG get onto the priority targets they need to of Team Secret Wales. And Eddie is low in health, but is still able to find use, find effectiveness as we come back to live. The Drake is up. DCG need to get this one.
Pop 9 needs to be zoned away. His toe has arrived. He's a little bit late to this fight. Has the ultimate. Can go into stealth when he pops over the wall, as well as Pop 9. He's marked. He's charmed. He does get the steal, though. Manages to do it. The Supreme Display of Talent finds 1 stun, but not too much more. Eddie goes up in the air, throws out the feathers. Has not pulled them in yet. Could find a good angle, get some good roots, but Team Secret Wales are just evacuating this one. They don't need to risk anything more. We'll come back in 5 minutes.
Yeah. Check in 5 minutes time when we go for the next Drake of the game. Relove DCG, Pop 9 able to secure that fifth Drake of the game, deny that soul over to Team Secret Wales. However, there is a big purple worm that is still up on the rift, still a tempting target for both teams here. We do see, though, D-Ray defending that mid-tier 1 turret for Team Secret Wales. It's nearly half an hour in. It's still up right now, Carrix, which is unheard of. It's extremely unusual. I'd need a stat check on latest take of tier 1 mid. Being live, though, Team Secret Wales, they're taking the Baron for free. I mean,
yeah,
where was DCG? Yeah.
They just didn't have the resources, I guess. They couldn't walk into Team Secret Wales. They don't feel strong enough. It is hard to walk into them. A Vex is really, really difficult to aggress on. And I guarantee DCG just haven't really practiced their setups around this champion.
Yeah, I do like the Edge of Night pickup here for his toe, though. It actually gives him a little bit of extra safety going into DCG as well, right? Like, you want to survive, you want to live, you want to be as healthy as possible when you hit that supreme display of talent, and that Edge of Night is a fantastic tool to do it. It also plays so well into her kit, just going that lethality build. But Relove DCG, I feel like they need to get Feng in a good position. They need to enable their AD carry. They need to get more gold in Feng's pockets, because right now, Team Secret Wales, they just annihilate Feng. Like, they just don't give Feng the chance to participate in these fights right now.
No, they really, really haven't. Oh, cheeky his toe. Stealing away a blue buff, just being a little bit cruel to a little troll. He's already 2 levels ahead. He's going to steal Gromp as well. This is just bullying. Poor little guy. Oh, I mean, no, there it is. Another ult landing followed up by D-Ray. Well, then first it was bullying and then it was just murder. It escalated.
Team Secret Wales, though, they know they have the advantage. They've got the Baron buff for another minute. They're looking for more.
There they go. They fly in with that W from the Rakan. Team Secret Wales trying to knock this one over. Good buffer there by Feng, but it doesn't really matter. You survive, but to do what? To watch your inhibitors fall away. One already gone. I think they're going to go for the end here. Pun is recalling. Probably just going to grab whatever item he can. Spirit Visage, he'll teleport in, get the big shield. They want to lock this one up. They want to secure their place in Grand Finals. They want to fight back from being down match point, and bang! His toe flies in, finds Feng. They do manage to answer one back. The Kiana, he has gone down, but Florin gets chopped on out. It is Team Secret Wales. Pun flies into the backside, and there's nothing DCG could do. Was it ever in doubt, Logan? Death, taxes, and Team Secret Wales in finals.
The Whales have emerged from the depths. You might be called Relove Deep Cross Gaming, but the Whales are used to this pressure. They live in the deeper environments, and you need to bring your best because they are simply better. Team Secret Wales beat Relove DCG 3-2 in tonight's Split 1 Grand Final rematch. And oh boy, it was much closer. It was very exciting. And I'm so, so proud to have been a part of this cast for this one. Both teams went the distance. Both teams proved they had the mettle, they had the resilience. It was just Team Secret Wales in that Game 5 out handsing. And I mean, it wasn't perfect. It wasn't the cleanest. Pun, it felt like he was struggling in that top lane into Florin's Jax, but the rest of the team just rose to the occasion.
They lifted, they got it together. Come on, fellas. They just did it upside down. Good stuff, guys. You're better on the riff than you are at holding up the mouse pads. Fantastic performance in those last 2 games from Team Secret Wales.
Yeah, no, really, really good performance. They won their Game 1, then DCG won Game 2 and Game 3, and then Team Secret Wales turned it around, taking Game 4 and Game 5 here tonight. They took us to Silver Scrapes and they put on a show. We do see Florin out-damaged, pun on that Gragas, but every other role, Team Secret Wales heavily favored with that damage. 32-minute game, 22 kills, so it was definitely light on for kills for us here in the LCP, Carrix, but once he hit that 20-minute mark, it was very one-sided.
Yeah, it was, and I think in games, the games that DCG won, it was them recognizing fatal flaws in the draft. They were picking these one or two things, and this is a very well-deserved player of the match, by the way. Histo, the Lee Sin game, he's playing the blind monk. We can be blind to that one. All four other games, all four games that he played looked great.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Even though they did lose game 2, Histo was the carry. Histo was the potential win con for Team Secret Wales in that game 2. So definitely a deserved player of the match for Histo, proving why he is the LCP MVP one more time here tonight in this best of 5 series. And I have to say it, Team Secret Wales have locked themselves in for the grand finals. We now know who our first grand finalist will be for LCP Split 2, and it is Team Secret Wales. Relove DCG, though, because they lost here, they now go down to that lower bracket. They cannot afford to lose again.
Yeah, DCG, they are looking terrifying going into the lower bracket, taking Team Secret Wales to the absolute brink. Whoever they meet down there, grit your teeth.
Yeah, you know what? I almost suspect that we're going to get a DCG Team Secret Wales grand final rematch as well, Carrots.
Yeah.
But that's for next weekend, right? Next weekend, we've got the 2 lower bracket runs and then the grand final. And I'm looking forward to that one. But enough about next weekend. We're still here and now. And this particular play that we're seeing was a beautiful layering of ults. That grand display of talent, supreme display of talent, and that Shadow Surge overlapped together. It just ended the fight before it really started. And it's that Vex. I really feel like it was the Vex diff from D-Ray. It was just, we've spoken about it before, that element of the unknown, the element of the unpracticed. You might be familiar with the champion and kind of know but the skills and what they do, but you don't know the timings, you don't know the angles. It's that lack of familiarity that I really do think helps give players the edge sometimes.
Just want to point out, as soon as the Vex was picked, if you look at our caster chat, I said Vex is Thanos here, by the way. You can't engage on it. They had a lot of single dash champions. That's what I talked about. Jax can't get in on this. Vex was them recognizing the flaw in DCG's draft. They just went, hang on a second. We actually have the pocket pick here.
Yeah, and a great pocket pick to pull out at a great time. And I mean, this Twisted Fate, it was moving around the map, but it didn't really feel like Hongshu on the Twisted Fate was able to have too much impact, overwhelming impact. If it was D-Ray versus Hongshu, I think D-Ray got the better here. I really do think that Pop9 on this Trundle, he did his best. He did get a lot of sort of proactive plays. He was trying to turn that top side into the favor of Florin even more, but that is all she wrote here, Carrigs. DCG go down 2-3 to Team Secret Wales, and yeah, DCG exposed some weakness with Team Secret Wales, but it still leaves the question, who can take a series from them? Because no one in the LCP has done it this split.
I mean, this is the closest they've come. I do genuinely think in a couple of the games there, they looked genuinely completely outclassed by DCG. You can see down at the bottom, match 6, MVK versus Garm. You win that, and your present, your reward for winning is a date with DCG. Have fun.
Yeah, look, I might take a rain check on that one, but you know, you've got to beat the best teams in order to be the best. So I dare say that GARM or MVK, whichever team finds themselves up against DCG, will relish the opportunity to put on the best possible they can. As we do take a look at these updated player of the match standings, and Hizto, with that third player of the match, finds himself elevated to the top class. Eddie, Harky, Hizto, Kiaya, all with 3 player of the matches here in the LCP, and they deserve it, Carrix.
That they do, but we can look ahead to next week because on Friday we're back with MVK taking on GARM.
That's it. Make sure you're tuned in for Friday night. We have 3 nights of games for you. Friday night, MVK versus GARM. Then Saturday night, the last semi-final. It will be whoever wins on Friday night against DCG. And then Sunday night, the LCP Split 2 Grand Final. It will be Team Secret Wales versus whoever wins that semi-final on Saturday night. And I am looking forward to it. Carrix, do you have any early predictions for us for the upcoming Friday night game?
I can never pick against GARM. I'm a GARM fan at heart. It's GARM time.
I'm going to agree with you. I love the VCS. I dare say you love them quite a lot more. You've cast them for years.
But it's a VCS derby, so you can go either way on that.
It is good, but I got into lolesports kind of through the VCS. I always love GARM's scrappy fighting. They will take any fight, anywhere, anytime. So my prediction would also be with GARM. I think it's going to be kind of a 3-1, but I'm sure we'll have plenty of opportunity to talk about that one. And as you say, VCS derby, you've got to be excited for that, mate.
Oh, 100%. Except I have to lose one of them. That's the hardest part.
That's it. But that is enough from us here on the LCP tonight. Thank you all so much for tuning in, and make sure you come back Friday night for the first of the lower bracket finals, because here in the LCP, we're made for this.